April 29th meeting of the, the Senate Finance Committee will come to order. We have, I think, 4 bills on the agenda, the first of which is House File 4993, Senator Wiklund, the Human Services Forecast Adjustments and Appropriations.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House File 4993, as you said, is the Human Services Forecast Adjustments Bill. This bill adjusts the appropriation authority for forecasted programs within the Department of Human Services to the amounts in the February forecast and establishes the maximum amount that can be spent. This is something that is a routine bill that needs to be done in the second year of the biennium. I do have my fiscal analyst for the Health and Human Services Committee here, Dennis Albrecht, and Senate Counsel who work on HHS are here as well if there are any questions.
Are there any questions from members of the committee? Or would you like to hear from Senate Counsel and Fiscal Services folks? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to hear from Senate Counsel and Fiscal Services.
Welcome to the committee, Dennis.
Senate Counsel might be able to answer questions. It's really more of a fiscal bill, but Mr. Albrecht can come forward if you'd like to.
Go ahead, Mr. Albrecht. We'll start with you, and if there are more questions, we can call the others up.
Mr. Chair and Senator Pratt, this forecast adjustment bill this year increases the total appropriations for the Department of Human Services by $137.6 million in fiscal year 2024 and $329.4 million in fiscal year 2025. You can see that that's all for the Commissioner of Human Services, and under the column labeled appropriations by fund, you can see there's an adjustment in both the general fund, the healthcare access fund, and the federal TANF fund. And then in subdivision 2 are all the forecasted programs that have adjustments in the forecast and the relative amounts for each one of them. I would draw your attention to paragraph 8, the medical assistance. That's the vast majority of the increase in this forecast adjustment bill and reflects primarily changes that were in the November forecast. And the main driver of the spending increase, you may remember, in the November forecast was increased spending on the disability waivers in the Department of Human Services.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions, not being on the Healthcare Committee. I'm curious about the cuts in the Behavioral Health Fund and the appropriation to the Healthcare Access Fund.
Mr. Chair and Senator Pratt, those changes reflect with the Healthcare Access Fund would reflect changes in Minnesota care spending. And then the Behavioral Health Fund would reflect a lower caseload and lower payments, perhaps, within the Behavioral Health Fund for services.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Albrecht, I just want to make sure that the money we're putting in the Healthcare Access Fund is not going to be transferred when we get to the HHS Omnibus bill, because I know there are some additional pieces that may put pressure on the Healthcare Access Fund down the line.
Mr. Chair and Senator Pratt, the forecast adjustment bill just makes changes so that the enacted budget matches up to the amounts in the February forecast. Well, in the cumulative forecast since the end of session.
Mr. Chair, Senator Wiklund, maybe, as we look ahead to the next bill that'll be coming in front of us tomorrow, I'm just curious, will there be any policy changes that would, because I haven't seen the spreadsheet yet for HHS Omnibus tomorrow, will there be any changes that would redirect any of this money elsewhere for another purpose?
Senator Wiklund.
Mr. Chair, I guess I don't know of, I'm not sure what you're getting at, but I mean, we will go over the spreadsheet fully tomorrow if there's a specific item or policy, I guess. The bill tomorrow will reflect entries to the Healthcare Access Fund because some of the proposals in the bill affect the Healthcare Access Fund, if that's what you mean.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. Senator Wiklund, that's exactly what I'm concerned about is we're making a statutory adjustment that will then override tomorrow. I guess that's the piece I'm trying to understand. Are there, as we add 10 million and 6 million to the Healthcare Access Fund, will there be provisions tomorrow that override the current statutory appropriation that wouldn't show up in any sort of fiscal note because they're forecasted?
Mr. Chair and Senator Pratt, to the best of my knowledge about what is in Senator Wiklund's bill that's coming to the committee tomorrow,
Mr. Chair, maybe I can
I just don't think that is an issue, but maybe I don't understand your question.
Mr. Chair, maybe I could rephrase my question.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I'm wondering is, are any of the pieces, any of the policy, any of the programs that we're making adjustments to in this forecast adjustment bill, will they be modified in the healthcare omnibus bill, or will they continue on as, so if we're adding to the Healthcare Access Fund, those funds will still be available for the purposes that we're increasing them today?
Mr. Chair and Senator Pratt, I think the answer to your question is no, that this forecast adjustment bill is saying the base budget in the Healthcare Access Fund is anticipated by the end of the biennium to cost us $10.5 million and $6.2 million more than we thought at the end of session. It only refers to the base budget. It doesn't refer to anything new or any new proposals or anything like that. Is that the answer to your question?
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Albrecht. What I'm wondering is if we put the additional funds into the Healthcare Access Fund, the reason we have to make the adjustment to the Healthcare Access Fund would continue after we talk about the HHS Omnibus Bill tomorrow, that there'll be no policy changes, no transfers of funds after we've allocated them here.
Mr. Chair and Senator Pratt, again, Senator Wiklund is still working on her bill, so I can't say for sure. I will say that when the bill left Senator Wiklund's committee, there is a line item on that spreadsheet that says the bill at the time had a number of proposals in it that had an impact in the Healthcare Access Fund, and on net, they saved money in the Healthcare Access Fund. The leadership agreement that Senator Wiklund received said the Healthcare Access Fund had to have a zero target. And so the only way for Senator Wiklund to achieve that in her bill would be to move that savings net out of the Healthcare Access Fund and into the general fund. As of right now, Senator Wiklund's decisions haven't changed that fact. So I think, yes, if that's what you're concerned about, you're going to see that on the spreadsheet in this committee tomorrow.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just because we were just coming to order as you described the change in the forecast for the Healthcare Access Fund, did I hear you correctly that there is a change here because of increased utilization?
Mr. Chair and Senator Murphy, I will be honest and say I do not remember the exact details of what caused an increase in spending in the Healthcare Access Fund in
Okay.
those two forecasts. Typically, those are the main factors that drive increased spending in Minnesota Care and medical assistance.
Thank you.
Senator Pratt?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My concern is not what's causing the increase. My concern is that if we appropriate the money and it's redirected tomorrow because we don't have, I just refreshed my my hearing notice for tomorrow. I'm still not seeing the spreadsheet posted. So I just want to make sure that if we are allocating increased funds due to increased cost and demand, as Senator Murphy said, that those funds will continue to be used for that purpose and not redirected when we hear the healthcare appropriation fund tomorrow. And that's the basis of my question, and I don't, and without the spreadsheet and based on the testimony, I don't know that we know that.
So, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair and Senator Pratt, I think the decisions that Senator Wiklund has to make don't depend on this bill, because this bill just reflects the forecast, and all of the decisions that the Senate makes, or the legislature makes, I should say, are relative to the forecast. I've always seen the forecast adjustment bill as sort of a technical bill. This year is unique in recent years in that, on balance, it increases the spending authority. At least in recent years, it has gone down. So it is more important, I think, this year that it passes than it has been in years where the spending authority was going down. But like I said, to me, this bill just reflects the cost of keeping the base budget functioning. And, Senator Wiklund's bill is going to have proposals that increase spending in both the Healthcare Access Fund and the General Fund, and bills that decrease spending in both of those funds. And they are all priced relative to the amounts in the forecast, which this bill here is trying to line up.
Senator Dames?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair and Senator Wiklund. Just a question. Earlier in the conversation that Senator Pratt was having, you mentioned that part of the healthcare access funds would be used for some changes being made tomorrow. Could you tell me those changes you're talking about making tomorrow, are any of those changes going to include taking money out of the healthcare access fund for Minnesota Care?
Yes, right?
Mr. Chair and Senator Dames, there is one line in the spreadsheet. It is not a proposal. It's just a record-keeping line, for lack of a better word. Again, that the leadership agreement said, which it usually doesn't, said the Healthcare Access Fund had a zero target. Senator Wiklund interpreted that to mean neither an increase nor a decrease. The governor's budget and Senator Wiklund's bill both, on balance, had a net decrease in spending in the Healthcare Access Fund when all was said and done. And so Senator Wiklund's bill, to meet the target requirement of zero, neither an increase nor a decrease, moves that net savings from the Healthcare Access Fund to the general fund. I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Mr. Chair and Senator Dames, there are more programs funded out of the Healthcare Access Fund than just Minnesota Care. So to that part of your question, I think the answer is no.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Senator Dames.
Thank you, and I understand there's certainly more things come out of the Healthcare Access Fund. I'm just concerned as to where this money, if there's changes tomorrow, where that money's going to go. There's been, over the years, we've been taking a lot of money out of the Healthcare Access Funds for things that don't qualify according to the terms of the original Healthcare Access Fund. So that's why I was following that line of questions. But we'll just have to wait and see tomorrow what it looks like.
Further discussion, Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Albrecht, I want to just clarify something I thought I heard in your answer to Senator Dames. So we're going to make a forecast adjustment and add money to the Healthcare Access Fund because we have, as Senator Murphy said, more demand and pressure on that fund. But I thought I heard you say to Senator Dames that adjustments made in the Healthcare Access Fund tomorrow would leave money available that would be transferred to the general fund. Did I hear that correctly?
Mr. Chair and Senator Pratt, perhaps, but I'll restate it just to make sure. The basket of proposals that Senator Wiklund has in her bill, one of them has, a several $1 million savings in the Healthcare Access Fund. There are a few other proposals that have, on balance, maybe $1 million of spending out of the Healthcare Access Fund. And so because because Senator Wiklund's target was 0 in the Healthcare Access Fund, there is a line on the spreadsheet that moves that net reduction in spending to meet the target to 0 to the general fund.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I understand the conversation, I'm very concerned that, we are taking the forecast, which will have a 0 fiscal impact, adding money to it in this hearing today, only to then reallocate it so that it could fall to the general fund and be used for other purposes. As Senator Murphy said, these are funds that are supposed to be available for increased demand and increased need. And if we're not going to have that need, when we see the healthcare omnibus bill, then I don't think we should be putting additional funds into the Healthcare Access Fund if it's going to create a surplus that can then be reallocated. If I think back to the education bill, we made statutory appropriation changes for special education and for the school lunch program and the school breakfast program. All things that we were assured would not be undone or redevised at a later point in time, but we're not getting that same assurances in this committee regarding this forecast bill. It sounds like we'll be adding money to the bill, or to the fund. They're counting on this money being added to the fund tonight so that they can turn around and reallocate it tomorrow, even though these funds are meant to be a recognition of increased need for Minnesotans. And if that's the case, Mr. Chair, then I would either suggest, one, that we combine this bill with the healthcare omnibus bill tomorrow, or we vote against this and take it all up in one shot.
Mr. Nauman, you want to take the...
Mr. Chair, at the risk of sort of getting in the middle of this, I'll just offer a couple of things. First and foremost, members may recall that there was a K-12 forecast bill in front of this committee earlier this session. And the purpose of that bill and the same of this bill was to update open appropriations that were enacted last year to conform with the February forecast. So that's the first and foremost, that's the purpose of this bill, is to just match the forecast with so that the appropriation authority, either up or down, matches the value of the forecast. So if the legislature did absolutely nothing else and just enacted a forecast bill, then what you've done is updated the forecast so that the spending authority that lies within the forecast actually is supported by law. So that's the first point. I heard Mr. Albrecht say that, and I know the bill is not in front of this committee now, but the bill that comes tomorrow has, I think it's tomorrow, has a net 0 target in the Healthcare Access Fund. So the value of what you're looking at, Senator Pratt, on line 2.2, unless I miss my guess, and I'm sure Mr. Albrecht will correct me if I get this wrong, on net, being zero in the healthcare access fund means the value of that 10.5 and the 6.2 that's being added in this bill, using the parlance that you've described, that's an updated appropriation authority in the fund, will be the same. Now, what I think Mr. Albrecht is indicating is that in order to comply with target, because of other decisions that are happening in the bill tomorrow, there needs to be some movement of dollars up and down. But on net, the fund, the healthcare access fund, because it has a zero target, will be the value that you see here in the legislation in front of you today. That's how I've understood the pieces. And if I got that wrong, Mr. Albrecht will correct me.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Nellen, and Senator Pratt, that's an accurate description of what I think I've been saying. I will add, Mr. Chair and Senator Pratt, this same forecast adjustment text is in Senator Wiklund's bill. It's going to be there again tomorrow. It's going to be in both places. I don't know if that matters at all.
Senator Murphy? No? Senator Pratt? No? Nobody? If no further discussion, Senator Wiklund moves that House File 4993 be recommended to pass. On that motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Motion prevails. Thank you, Senator Wiklund. Senator Dibble, the Omnibus Transportation Supplemental Appropriations Bill. Half hour per page. Got a lot of hours in it. Yeah, I know. Go ahead, Senator Dibble. Welcome to Senate Finance Committee again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members, for the opportunity to present Senate File 5284, Supplemental Transportation Finance Omnibus Bill. I don't have a grand presentation. This bill is kind of a classic year two bill with a number of fixes and adjustments and, and responses to, some of what we passed last year, and it, in a classic year two sense, a number of ideas picked up that we didn't get to last year, and then a whole bunch of policy ideas, some of which cost a little bit of money. So with that, we do have a technical amendment, Mr. Chair. I don't know if you want to start with that.
Sure, we may as well start with that. Is that in the, needs to be distributed? A93 apparently.
The A93, yes.
No, they've got it. Thank you.
As it's coming around, Mr. Chair, I'm going to rely on my support here to present the amendments. It's a combination of some fiscal matters, late-breaking fiscal notes, some things that we can get out of the bill because they've been picked up in the policy omnibus bill, and then some policy fixes and things like that. So who would like to start?
Ms. Boyd, you going to start?
Will start.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, thank you. On the A93, just real briefly walk through lines 1.2 to 1.6 is an adjustment of some general fund spending to accommodate a small general fund revenue loss in a fiscal note we received this morning. It's just a difference of 1,000 or 2,000 in each year to keep us in our target. And then lines 1.7 and 1.11 are related to amending prior bond sale expense cancellation dates. These are coming out, these are part of the governor's recs. They're coming out because they are already in the capital investment modifications bill, which I believe is on the governor's desk or already signed. I'm not sure about that. Line 1.8 and 1.9 is an effective date that was just missed before. It's for fiscal year 24 appropriation reduction, so that has to be effective the day following final enactment. Line 1.10 is a provision that's also in the policy bill regarding an appropriation to a township with language worked on by the agencies. The fix was made in the policy bill. And then I'll pass it to Mr. Greenfield for some more.
Mr. Greenfield, welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. The instructions on lines 1.12 to 1.18 are verb tense changes as part of greenhouse gas impact mitigation assessment activities. The instruction on 1.19 is just deleting the same section and reinserting it, but with better construction and grammar. This pertains to transportation privatization contract reporting required by the Department of Transportation. I just broke out the clauses and the contractual information that is to be reported. The new requirements for that report begin on page 2.9. Page 2, line 9, with the new paragraph C. And again, this is the same language that is in the first engrossment, but just broke out in a clear listed way. On 2.19 of the A93, this is language that was brought in from the Transportation Policy Omnibus. There were certain definitional cross-references pertaining to the new registration and operation of roadable aircraft. So this is just providing additional cross-references and clarifications in a variety of motor vehicle and passenger automobile definitions. On page 3, line 1 to line 4, this is language for Senate File 3250, which was scheduled to be heard in state and local government last Thursday. Because the meeting was canceled, this amendment language is now being brought forth in the technical amendment. This just pertains to the appointment of a deputy registrar or a driver's license agent. Should they close their location, the commissioner of the Department of Public Safety is required to conduct rulemaking to establish an open bidding process in Senate File 5284. On page 3, line 5, deleting section 52 and inserting, this is the number of riders on a bicycle. This is currently in Senate File 5284, but I just reworked some of the language to read better and to make clear which requirements apply when. On page 3, line 17, this is another one of the language pieces of language brought forth from the Transportation Policy Omnibus that pertains to roadable aircraft. This pertains to the motorcycle designation and provides that an operator of a roadable aircraft is not required to have a motorcycle designation on their driver's license. Then on page 3, line 25 and 26, this is just a technical change to make clear of a specific statutory reference. I believe the technical change on page 3, line 27 and line 28 is a change that Ms. Boyd can speak to or not, but it's just specific language pertaining to the driver and vehicle services operating account. On page 3, lines 29 and on page 4, lines 1 to 3, this is the corresponding language for the open bidding replacement language that would have been heard for Senate File 3250, but this is specific to driver's license agents. Page 4, line 4, this is a head note technical correction. And then I believe Ms. Boyd can take the next explanation of the instruction on page 4, line 5.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Line 4.5 is removal of a section that made changes to a metro sales tax provision that wasn't deemed to be needed in this version.
And then, Mr. Chair and members of the committee, the remaining language changes on 4.6 to 4.14 are just grammatical and technical changes to make clear the requirements of the bill.
Mr. Greenfield or Senator Dibble, what is a roadable aircraft?
It's,
haven't seen
Mr.
those.
Chair, we affectionately refer to as our Chitty Chitty Bang Bang bill. And it is an initiative of Senator Jasinski's, and it's an anticipation of an emerging technology, emerging product, not in wide use or circulation now, but it is, as you would imagine, a vehicle which can both fly, it's an airplane, but then also can be driven off the airport, and you can finish your trip on road, or you can go to the airport on road, you know, as though you're a motorized vehicle. So that's what a roadable aircraft is. So, so this is an effort to align definitions and rules and regulations and permissions and all of that.
Mr. Nauman put up a picture of a prototype flying car from 1947, and it looks like a piece of work.
There would be.
So we may be getting these soon, you're just preparing the law for it. Okay, thank you. Discussion on, and Senator Frentz, will you move the A93 amendment to put it in front of us? So moved. Discussion on the A93 amendment. If not, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion prevails. Senator Dibble, you have any other amendments or changes you want to discuss, or?
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't have it queued for you.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have one additional to respond to a late-breaking
96.
fiscal note, which is the A96. And it has to do with the translation of materials at in driver and vehicle services, so translating materials into other languages. And maybe Ms. Boyd can help explain it?
It's not distributed yet, but you're welcome to explain the concept if you want while it's coming in.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Members, this is related to, the underlying bill was Senate File 3257, requiring that certain materials at Driver and Vehicle Services be translated into, I believe, 6 languages were named, the 6 most common languages, and provided to driver's license agents and deputy registrars. This was the cost, the one-time cost of $172,000 for the actual translations of those materials in fiscal year 2025. This appropriation was just somehow missed as we move through, so it was added now from the Driver and Vehicle Services account, and then lines 1.2 to 1.5 or 1.4 are total adjustments in Article 1, and line 1.5 is a technical. I realized when doing this amendment that a wrong section had been named in a section previous to this, so threw it in.
Senator Frentz moves the A96 amendment. Is there any discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion prevails. Anything else, Senator Dibble? Are we ready for discussion and questions and amendments?
Mr. Chair, I think Ms. Boyd is prepared if you would like.
Spreadsheet, yes,
Quick walkthrough of the spreadsheet.
Go ahead. I'm sorry I missed that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The spreadsheet is dated April 29th, 2024. There were some revisions made from the version that was posted after Transportation Committee as we received fiscal notes. So I'll just walk through it very quickly. It starts with Department of Transportation appropriations, and these are change items only. I'll be referring to only the Senate changes on the far right columns. Line 4 is a $100,000 appropriation from the general fund one time for MnDOT to conduct a zero-emission transit bus transition plan mandated in Article 2 of the bill. Line 5 is a $300,000 one-time appropriation from the general fund to MnDOT to conduct a dynamic transportation study. Line 8 is a $250,000 appropriation one-time from the general fund for MnDOT to conduct a study related to commercial drivers and workforce issues. Line 11 is a governor-only provision. let's see, line 14 is a $1 million one-time appropriation from the general fund to MnDOT for requirements related to the traffic safety camera pilot program. That appropriation, if needed, is also available for the Commissioner of Public Safety. Line 16 is an ongoing appropriation from the Trunk Highway Fund related to staff costs, for staff costs related to placement of high-voltage transmission lines along trunk highways. For review and other requirements about that provision. Line 17 is a one-time appropriation from the general fund of $100,000 to the department for the purchase of an autonomous mower, an industrial autonomous mower to use along trunk highways. Line 20 is a one-time appropriation of $2 million from the Trunk Highway Fund to conduct an update on an environmental impact statement on the Trunk Highway 55 corridor road project. Lines 23 through 25 are under the state road construction section, and they will all be from Trunk Highway. There's a one-time appropriation of $7.75 million. That's a governor's rec as well for rest area truck parking safety improvements. There's a ongoing increase to regular state road construction program of $20 million in fiscal year 25 and $10 million in each of 26 and 27. And actually the base for that appropriation is zero thereafter. So it's just a 3-year increase. Line 25 is a version of a governor's rec. The governor had $40 million and the Senate has $10 million for high priority bridges from the Trunk Highway Fund, and that's a one-time appropriation. Line 28 is ongoing increases to the Corridors of Commerce program from the Trunk Highway Fund, $5.45 million in 25, $10 million in 26, and $60 million a year thereafter. That's an increase to the base appropriation. Lines 31 and 32 are both from the general fund under local roads. Line 31 is a one-time appropriation of $4 million to a local government in the bill with certain criteria for road improvements for their roadways. And line 32 is a grant to the city of Shorewood for development of a transportation management organization along the Trunk Highway 7 corridor, and that's $200,000 one time. Top of page 2, under agency management at MnDOT is line 35, an ongoing appropriation from the general fund for training costs related to Complete Streets implementation, staff training related to how Complete Streets is implemented on projects. That's $244,000 in 25 and $243,000 a year thereafter. Line 36 and 37 go together. This is a cancellation and reappropriation of a fiscal year 2022, what is the remainder of a fiscal year 2022 appropriation from the general fund for trunk highway corridor studies and other local road grants. That is how much is estimated right now to be left at the end of this fiscal year. It will be, the language has it canceled the day following enactment and reappropriated the same day. So those are both in fiscal year 2024 there. And then line 38 is a cancellation in fiscal year 2024 of $24.8 million from the general fund, really part of last year's grant matching funds appropriation related to federal IIJA grants. Lines 41 and 42 are related to buildings. They are both governor's recs. Line 41 is for the Transportation Facilities Capital Improvement Program from the Trunk Highway of $20.1 million. Line 42 on the Senate side is $1.35 million from the Trunk Highway for recommendations from the Advisory Committee on Capital Security, upgrades to the Department of Transportation headquarters building. The governor had that appropriation at $1.8 million. Under Metropolitan Council on lines 49 and 50, lines 49 is an appropriation of $10 million one time from the general fund for the Blue Line Light Rail Transit Anti-Displacement Community Prosperity Program that is described in Article 2 of this bill. And line 50 is a $10 million one-time reduction to an appropriation made in last year's budget bill for the Blue Line Light Rail Transit Extension Project. That was a $50 million appropriation one time. Then moving on to Department of Public Safety, Driver and Vehicle Services starts on line 57. This is a governor's recommendation to increase the funding from the Driver and Vehicle Services operating account in the Special Revenue Fund for staff at examination stations for road tests. This will be an increase of $2.039 million per year, starting in fiscal year '25. Line 58 is a one-time appropriation from the DVS account of $100,000 to conduct a study on special license plate review. Line 59 is a one-time appropriation of $212,000 from the DVS account to do translations of the driver's manual and exam related to the plain language standards mandated later in Article 2 of the bill. Line 60, oh, that was taken out. Lines 61, 62, and 63 are related to some fee-sharing provisions with deputy registrars and driver's license agents. Lines 61 and 62 are payments to deputy registrars and driver's license agents for those transactions conducted at those offices for which they can charge no filing fee. So this is we'll get into the specifics of it if there are questions, but these are the amounts of the payments. $682,000 to deputy registrars in '25 and ongoing, $637,000 to driver's license agents in 2025 and ongoing. And then line 63 is related to provisions in the bill allowing online renewal of driver's licenses. This will be a payment to DLA representing 50% of the revenue from those online renewals paid back to the driver's license agents. And that is estimated to be $388,000 in fiscal year '25, $855,000 in '26, and $940,000 in '27. Those online renewals are estimated to increase by 10% every year, which is why the revenue is increasing. Line 66 is a one-time appropriation from the general fund to the Lights On Grant Program, providing vouchers to drivers with malfunctioning vehicle lighting to have those repaired and to be given out by law enforcement, and that is from the general fund. Line 6, and these are under the Office of Traffic Safety, I should say. Line 67 is $200,000 one-time from the motorcycle safety account in the Special Revenue Fund for a public education program on motorcycle operation and specifically related to the so-called lane splitting provision that we'll see later in the bill, or that occurs later in the bill. Page 3, we have an appropriation to the Center for Transportation Studies at the University of Minnesota of $350,000 one-time from the general fund in fiscal year '25 to conduct a study and submit a report on a clean transportation standard in Minnesota. Line 79 are appropriations ongoing from the general fund to the Department of Commerce related to environmental review of the placement of high voltage transmission lines along trunk highways. Let's see. And that is offset by revenue, statutory revenue at the Department of Commerce, which we'll see later in the spreadsheet. And then moving on to transfers on lines 94 and 95, there is a one-time transfer of $20 million from the general fund to the Small Cities Assistance Account. And this is dispersed to small cities under 5,000 non-municipal state aid cities per a formula in statute. And then line 95 is an ongoing reduction to a transfer that was in, I believe, last year's budget bill from the general fund to the active transportation account, a reduction of $245,000 of that every year from the general fund. And then some revenue items at Department of Transportation, starting on line 102 and 103. This is a governor's recommendation. Currently, 13% of the leasing sales tax revenues are deposited in the State Transportation Fund and to be used for the local bridge program. MMB would rather that the cash funds not be mixed with bond proceeds fund, which is what the State Transportation Fund is set up for GO bonds for transportation projects. So a new account is created in the Special Revenue Fund called, I believe, the Local Bridge Program account. And this just shows the shift of the revenue from the State Transportation Fund on line 103 to the Special Revenue Fund on line 102. On page 4, Department of Public Safety, on line 106, there's a slight reduction of revenue to the DVS account and the Special Revenue Fund regarding currently in law, any knowledge test, if a knowledge test has failed 3 times and a 4th one has to be taken, it has to be administered by a DVS rather than a driver's license agent, and this would allow, or other proctors, and this would allow third-party proctors to administer knowledge test attempts after that. So this will be a slight reduction of revenue related to taking that test to DVS of $103,026 and $112,027. Line 107 is allowing extension of a dealer tax payment for registration tax without a late fee. It's a longer period without a late fee. It's estimated that this will result in $600,000 of reduced revenue to the DVS account in '25 and $800,000 a year thereafter. Line 108 is related to allowing online driver's license renewal, which will shift some renewals that used to occur at driver's license agents' offices to DVS to keep the filing fee for online renewal. So this will be an increase of revenue on line 108 of approximately $668,000 in '25, reflecting a January 1 effective date, and then increasing every year, $1.47 million in '26 and $1.6 million in '27. The next three items are related to allowing the issuance of fleet license plates by, I think this is a renewal of the, we'll have to come to that, either issuance and/or renewal of fleet plates by deputy registrars, which is now done only by DVS. So this would be a reduction to some fees that are collected by DVS, and they are split among the DVS operating account, the tech account, and the general fund. So you'll see a small reduction to the general fund, which was reflected by changing spending and the technical amendment and the A93 adopted. On line 114, this is the revenue piece related to the Department of Commerce's environmental review from the general fund of $46,000 per year. That offsets that appropriation. And then lastly, Mr. Chair, I'll just refer you to line 133, which shows the overall spending. The Transportation Committee had a general fund target of one-time $2 million, which is reflected in the biennial 24-25 column. That's the impact to the general fund for that biennium. And Mr. Chair, we had discussed maybe walking through the few pieces in Article 1 that aren't reflected in the spreadsheet, if you would like.
Excuse me, Ms. Boyd, I had a question on line 94, the small cities assistance account. Did I hear you correctly that that's only non-metro cities under 5,000?
Mr. Chair, no. That
Okay,
it would be
it does count
every,
any city under 5,000.
every city that is not eligible for municipal state aid funds, so population under 5,000.
That's what I thought.
Yes.
I thought that's what it was. I didn't think I heard you say that. Okay, thank you.
My apologies if I said that. No.
Go ahead then on the other items that weren't on the spreadsheet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are only a few. Most in Article 1 is reflected in the spreadsheet. I'll just refer you, if you're looking at the bill, to page 9. Section 9 is language directing MMB to work with the MnDOT and the Chair of the Metropolitan Council. This is related to the pieces of Senate File 1625 that are in the bill in Article 2, which transfers the responsibility for construction of light rail transit and some bus rapid transit projects from Metropolitan Council to MnDOT. So this is identifying, or this is requiring them to work with MMB to identify those appropriations that currently go to Met Council that should be transferred to MnDOT for those responsibilities. And paragraph C says those transfers should be reported to the legislature. On page 11, starting on the bottom of page 10, section 15 is a section that was removed in the A93 amendments, or A90, yes, A93 amendment. Section 16 was the governor's recommendation. This was an appropriation that the crux of the language is at the bottom of page 13. This is an appropriation made in last year's budget bill for local transportation disaster support from the general fund, and it's just expanding the uses of that for damage that happens in state or federal disasters that are otherwise ineligible for state or federal disaster money. And then on page 15, there is one substantive change and two technical changes to appropriation last year for a project in Dakota County along US Highway 52. On line 15.6, it allows the use of the money for planning going into the project, and then there are some technical changes identifying the project. Section 19 was removed in the technical amendment. And then starting on 16, on page 16, section 21, The bill contains the establishment of the Transportation Facilities Capital Program, and this is for the purposes that which this appropriation was made last year, so it's just identifying that program rather than the language used in the rider last year. And then sections 22, 23, 24, and 25 are similar. They are project appropriations made last year, but they were using trunk highway money, but they were incorrectly drafted to say that the appropriation should be given to the department and given as grants to the locals, whereas trunk highway money needs to stay with MnDOT to affect the project. So for a grant to the local is crossed out in each of those sections. And that is it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Boyd. Are there any questions? Anything else? Senator Dibble, are you ready for
Mr. Chair, I'm ready for questions, comments, especially if they're commenting on how brilliant this bill is, and amendments.
Thank you. Are there further discussion from members of the committee? Senator Pratt.
Mr. Chair, I would like to offer the A90 amendment.
Senator Pratt offers the A90 amendment.
Mr. Chair.
The amendment's posted, but it's not been distributed yet. This one we can explain in a couple words. It's page 44, delete section 34. While it's being distributed, Senator Pratt, you're welcome to go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, this deletes section 34 on page 44. This came to me from Senator Jasinski. It sounds like it was, the agency said it was duplicate and unnecessary language, so it's just cleaning up the bill as far as I understand.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Greenfield.
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, Senator Pratt's correct in the characterization of this amendment. There's a provision in Article 2, Senate File 3085, that pertains to motor vehicle dealers' access to duplicate and replacement license plates, and the requirement that they apply for a certificate of title upon applying for those plates. This requirement was brought in as part of an amendment in committee, but after conversations with the agency, it was determined it was no longer necessary and duplicated with other measures in the bill.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on Senator Pratt's amendment, the A90 amendment to delete section 34 on page 44? If no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion prevails. Further discussion or amendments? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll offer the A83 amendment.
Senator Pratt moves the A3 amendment.
83.
83 amendment. A83 amendment, sorry.
I'm just wondering what you have and what you don't have, so let me know if you need to see one.
Okay, Senator Pratt, I believe it's been handed out now, so go ahead and explain it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I believe this is also an amendment that was discussed between Senator Jasinski and Senator Dibble. It adds some reporting language into the report on dedicated funds expenditures so that we get some detail on expenditures that are not, detail on expenditures made from the Trunk Highway Fund that are not for trunk highway purposes.
Senator Dibble, any comment on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would encourage a yes vote on the A83. This is a part of the ongoing conversation about the appropriate use of trunk highway funds. We refer to as leakages. For example, there are some facilities that MnDOT owns and operates which house, the vast majority service out of which services to support our trunk highway system are conducted, but also a good portion of those facilities are used for non-trunk highway purposes, and we're trying to figure out what proportion of support for those facilities. The headquarters here on the Capitol campus is a great example, where a number of offices are located in that headquarters that don't have any nexus with the trunk highway fund, and so 100% of the building operations shouldn't come from the trunk highway fund, and we've established kind of a thumbnail working policy of 75-25 split. We don't have great precision with that, so this is an effort to really try to start gaining data to find those balances for things like those facilities.
Thank you. Further discussion on the A83 amendment? If not, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion prevails. Further amendments? Senator Dames.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have the A83 amendment.
That's the one we did. That's the one we just did, I think.
Sorry, A88. I got the wrong one.
Senator Dames offers the A88 amendment, which will be distributed now.
Oh.
Senator Dames, on the amendment is, I think it's just about finished.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The A88 amendment deals with the membership of the Anti-Displacement Task Force. Currently, it would be made up of majority members according to the current bill that we're looking at. This would allow it to be made up of one representative appointed by the Senate majority, one representative chosen by the Senate minority.
Senator Dibble on the A88 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it goes on to also say that one of the representatives will be appointed by the Speaker and one by the Minority Leader of the House. I did discuss this amendment with Senator Champion because it affects largely his district, because that's where the activity would take place. And he was amenable to this change. It makes sense. And so I would encourage a yes vote.
On Senator Dames' A88 amendment, any further discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion prevails. Further amendments? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to offer the A87 amendment. I see it online. I'm not sure if it's been distributed yet.
It's not been distributed yet, so it will be distributed. On the A87 amendment, Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Senator Dibble. This is language, as I understand it, has come from MnDOT as related to the greenhouse gas emissions section of the bill that would allow MnDOT to exempt certain projects from that provision, provided that it was under requirements if the commissioner determines the project will result in a reduction in fatal and serious injuries, that the project is at an intersection or segment with a fatal or serious injury critical crash index of 1.5 or greater over the last 5 years, that the project has been identified as a traffic safety priority with a high number of fatalities or serious injuries. And if the commissioner exempts the project, it must be reported back to the legislature.
Is there discussion of the A87 amendment? Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate Senator Pratt offering the A87. This would amend language to the contents of a bill that has been chief authored by Senator Morrison that's contained in the Omnibus. And Senator Jasinski did send the language to her ahead of time, and I texted her to ask her view on the matter. Haven't heard back from her, but did indicate to her, and in a prior meeting that we all had, she had indicated a desire to get something like this into the proposal so that it's clear that this proposal is not meant to impinge or impact, safety improvements on our roadway system. So I don't know if this quite fits the bill, but I think it would be a good idea to put this language in the bill to at least get the idea into the package, and then we can, if it's not perfect, we can work on it as we move along the process. So I would encourage a yes vote to the A87.
Is there further discussion of the A87 amendment? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion prevails. Further amendments? Senator Pratt.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I would like to offer the A98 amendment.
Senator Pratt offers the A98 amendment, and it is being distributed. Senator Pratt on the A98 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this was another Senator Jasinski motion. In fact, I'm going to require that he sit on the Finance Committee if he's going to keep bringing amendments to the Finance Committee. But as I understand it, this would ensure that those sites doing same-day driver's license issuance would have this same card stock. That's the extent that I know about the amendment, and I ask that it be recommended to approve.
Senator Dibble on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just start off by saying I would encourage a yes vote to the A98. To the extent that the same-day driver's license issuance pilot is going to be continued, one of the major problems identified in the report is that those licenses look so much different from everyone else's that they get rejected as people move around the community and try to use them for different purposes. And so this is an attempt to make sure that the cards themselves look exactly like everyone else's. There's some other problems that have been identified with the pilot, so I've been resisting a big expansion of the initiative because some of those issues need to be sorted out. As I understand, though, this problem is already being worked on by the agency. I think this kind of captures in session law. 2021. Yeah, in session law, an effort that's already going on to improve the pilot.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on the A98 amendment? Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Dibble. We're doing a fair amount of policy change here. I am curious if this was a subject that was discussed in the Transportation Committee.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, no, this would be a completely new subject to the bill.
So this is the, Mr. Chair, Senator Dibble, this is the first that we're having a look at this idea?
Correct. I had been informed of the concept of the A98. I hadn't seen the specific language of the A98 yet. So I'm sympathetic to the problem that's trying to be solved. So, but you raise a good point. We're introducing a new, but I think this really thick bill. I think that I've been identified as an easy mark here, so I think that's what's going on here a little bit. So,
Mr. Chair and
Go ahead,
Senator Dibble, I'm just questioning process-wise, but not objecting to the idea that we're contemplating an idea here, and it's getting a brief hearing. Thank you.
Further discussion on A98 amendment? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion prevails. Further amendments? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to offer the A97 amendment.
Senator Pratt offers A97 amendment, which will be distributed as well. Senator Pratt on the A97 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The A97 amendment simply makes a small change to how our law enforcement cooperates. Currently, all sheriffs and police officers anywhere in the state are allowed to cooperate. This would add in the state patrol upon request of the sheriff, local official, or police chief when investigating crimes of violence.
Senator Dibble.
Mr. Chair, the A97 was heretofore unbeknownst to me. This is the first time seeing it. I would encourage a no vote on the A97. It feels more like a discussion to be had in Senator Latz's committee. And I wouldn't even begin to be able to put my arms around what this means in terms of public interests, public policy, fiscal implications, and the like.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Dibble. We had the amendment posted. I'm sorry we didn't get a chance to talk to you about that. But Mr. Chair, the State Patrol, upon the request of a local official in investigating a crime, should in fact be an available resource as our statewide police force with jurisdiction across the state. This would just clarify that specifically in crimes of violence, whether it be murder or any other crime of violence, that they cooperate upon the request of the local officials. So I think it's a pretty straightforward and easy amendment to do. It's just simply a new requirement, just a new ability for the State Patrol to cooperate with local officials, and would encourage a yes vote.
Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just thinking that if you look at 2.9 to 2.12, it says that persons arrested for violations other than traffic violations shall be referred forthwith to the appropriate local law enforcement agency for further investigation or disposition. So it seems to me that this new language would be somewhat in contradiction to that. So I would really agree with Senator Dibble that I would think the Judiciary Committee would need to look at this, and also I'd really like to hear from the State Patrol, because if this is not part of their mission and their powers and duties, I mean, it's actually adding to it. But if it's not something that they usually would do, I mean, I think if it's just a matter of someone was, driving away from the scene of a crime, and the State Patrol stopped them, and we're, aware of that, I don't know. I just don't know exactly what the circumstances would be here where this would go into play. So I don't feel comfortable doing this in the Finance Committee. We're not a policy committee. We're a Finance Committee.
Senator Champion.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much. Perhaps I can ask Senator Pratt a couple questions. Senator Pratt, did you have an opportunity to talk to State Patrol and any other law enforcement across the state to determine if this amendment is going to incur them additional costs?
Senator Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Champion, no, I did not.
Mr. Chair? Senator Pratt, if you didn't ask them, would you please take a look at line 1.26 all the way to 1.29, where it says must cooperate with all sheriffs and other police officers anywhere in the state in regards to a crime of violence under section 624.712 subdivision 5. Wouldn't that appear to you that it would, first of all, cost State Patrol additional resources and any other law enforcement agency, because what you're doing is you're putting an unfunded mandate on them that they have to abide by or cooperate with others with no additional resources articulated or outlined. Senator Pratt, would you say that's true?
Senator Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Champion. Senator Champion, I would dispute that simply because it's upon the request of a sheriff or local official. We're just ensuring that we have full cooperation with all our law enforcement agencies across the state.
Mr. Chair, if I can, so are you suggesting simply because the request is coming from another law enforcement agency that it's not costing them money?
Go ahead.
Thank you,
I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair.
You can just continue to respond. I'm pretty loose with I nod usually, but yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Champion, I don't know whether it's going to cost additional money or not. I think it's just a good practice that we allow our law enforcement community to cooperate with each other, specifically upon the request of our local law enforcement agencies.
Mr. Chair, that would sound like an unfunded mandate to me. And any other time, Senator Pratt would be the main person saying that you're asking law enforcement and others to take on some responsibility that it's going to cost money, and you just want them to do it because it sounds good to do. Doesn't that sound like an unfunded mandate to you, Senator Pratt?
Mr. Chair and Senator Champion, no, I don't believe it's an unfunded mandate.
So, Mr. Chair, I would say that I would ask others to vote no on the A97. It is an amendment that has not gone through the proper channels, has not, there's been no conversation with law enforcement. It is something that is being politically put on the table in order to make it sound good, but yet and still, it is an unfunded mandate, and under any other circumstances, we would all, and especially my good friends on the other side, would be highly upset for us to suggest that people, including law enforcement, should do work and not receive any compensation for it. So it is for that reason that I would ask you to vote no on the A97 amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Pappas.
Just briefly, one more, in that same section, one more thing that's confusing to me is on 125, it says cooperate, as Senator Champion said, under instructions, but under instructions and rules of the Commissioner of Public Safety. I don't know what those are. And then there's kind of, why is there exception then when that's already in law that they're cooperating with sheriffs and other police officers? And then the other concern I would have is that I think our State Patrol is really understaffed, and to have them pulled into local investigations over violent crimes and away from their other duties on the, kind of the highways of our state doesn't seem to me to be necessarily a good idea. I mean, I just think it really needs a lot more discussion and review.
Just one thing to that point. Mr. Chair, if you also look on line 1.28, it says, other police officers anywhere in the state. Anywhere in the state. So it doesn't matter where they are. Doesn't matter what their costs might be. Doesn't matter travel costs, staff time, law enforcement officer time, none of that. It is all around cooperation without any additional resources. By all means, that is an unfunded mandate, and I would ask that we vote no on the A97. And in fact, I would request a roll call vote.
Senator Champion requests a roll call vote, and I would argue that this would be a good idea for a bill to be introduced and referred to the Judiciary Committee next year.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Draheim had a comment, then Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members, for the conversation. I was just assuming that this was already being done, Senator Champion. On 1.27 must cooperate with. I really have a hard time believing that they wouldn't cooperate with any agency with the common goal of protecting our citizens of Minnesota. So I do support Senator Pratt's amendment, and I would definitely draft the bill, but I don't want to go to judiciary. So,
Mr. Chair?
Senator Champion.
Senator Draheim, if that's true, then what's the purpose for the A97, and why would you support it? If you already said that you would assume it's something that they're doing, then why would we just put additional words in the law just to put them there? By the way, just so that you know, that whenever there is an alleged violation of the law, it doesn't matter what level, law enforcement gathers the information, presents it to the prosecuting authority. That is what they are supposed to do, and that is what they are doing. What is happening here in A97 that you're going to soon be able to take a vote on is that it should not be an unfunded mandate to put it in, to put it in in any policy if we believe that it is being done already. Then I would say, as my pastor would say, if everything was the same, then something becomes unnecessary. Then this would be unnecessary if they're already doing it. So, so we'll look forward to that vote, Senator Draheim, and vote no on the A97, because you're going to have an opportunity to.
Senator Pratt.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members, for this discussion. And it's clear to me that what I thought was going to be a simple little amendment has turned into quite the conversation. Senator Champion, you're right. If I thought this was an unfunded mandate, I would be the first to be opposing it. And I think you bring up a valid concern. I think it needs a little more work. So, Mr. Chair, I'm going to withdraw the A97.
A97 has been withdrawn. Further amendments? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to offer the A90 or the A101 amendment.
Senator Pratt offers a 101 amendment. Thank you. To speed things up, I'll say this is simply deleting section 96 on page 98. Senator Pratt on the A101 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, you summarized the amendment very well. This deletes the section 96 on page 98. Section 96, members, is the part of the bill that limits train length to 8,500 feet. This would be unprecedented in the rest of the country, that our train lengths would be shorter. I believe this would be a problem when we get to the constitutional interstate commerce clause, where we have trains that would have to meet different regulations as they travel, say, from Wisconsin or Iowa to North and South Dakota, and states either east or west of us. This section is opposed by several organizations: Agri-Growth, Minnesota Grain and Feed, Minnesota Crop Production Retailers, CHS, the Minnesota Chamber of Commerce, Minnesota Regional Chamber of Commerce, the St. Paul Chamber of Commerce, and the Fargo-Moorhead West Fargo Chamber. We all want to make sure that we have safe trains. As I've looked into this proposal in the last day, I don't know that there's any evidence that a shorter train would increase safety. In fact, it would likely increase traffic, increase the number of trains that we have, increase the number of intersection blockages and employee interactions. So with that, members, I encourage a yes vote to strike Section 96.
Senator Dibble first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't support the amendments. I do think there's substantial concern about safety around what's unprecedented, of course, is how long trains are getting. We thought a mile-long train was a long train. This would provide for, of course, a mile and a half. Trains are getting to be 2+ miles long. And we were very fond on the floor today of citing news accounts. There's been a lot of very, very in-depth and intensive investigative research done by ProPublica and others around the decreasing and the deteriorating level of railroad safety across a number of different practices and factors. One of them that's been reported on extensively is train length. This is strongly supported, brought to us by those who are actually running the trains, the International Brotherhood of Teamsters and the SMART labor unions. And they're in very strong support of limiting train lengths for safety reasons.
Senator Dibble, I didn't think a mile-and-a-half long train was much of a limit myself, but I didn't realize they were getting longer than that. A discussion on the amendment. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Pratt, for the A101. Senator Dibble, we talked a little bit about this offline. I have some constituents who would rather I vote yes on the A101, but I'd like to ask a little bit more about the safety aspect. Can you share with us studies, data? You know, the proposal is to make 2 trains creates more opportunity for safety risk. And of course, we have some of the groups saying this will be less efficient. So anything you can throw out there on safety would be helpful at this point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further discussion on the, Senator Draheim.
Mr. Chair, I was asking Senator Dibble
Oh, I'm
a question.
sorry. I was looking at something.
So,
Senator Dibble responds.
unfortunately, Senator Frentz, I didn't come prepared to defend this particular provision. And of course, it's not mine, it's Senator Kupek's. But I can tell you that in a recent communication from Transportation Secretary Buttigieg of just a few weeks ago, which he lambasted the railroad industry for resisting consistently, and that is replicated here in this body as well, any and all initiatives and policy steps that are taken towards improving practices, technologies, et cetera, to improve rail safety in a time when, at least among the Class 1s nationally, they're posting profits of 20%, margins of $25 billion total just last year, while rail safety is deteriorating. And so it's kind of a head scratcher. I'm sorry I can't be responsive specifically to train lengths. I have read ProPublica articles and others that talk about concern around this, and there's 3 other initiatives around rail safety in the bill, around work hours and wayside detectors, and one other that I'm forgetting right now. So, I of course everyone can vote their conscience, and I don't begrudge anyone anything. I'm just managing a package of policy proposals on behalf of my committee that they feel strongly about. But, you know, you're free to make your own determination.
Thank you, Senator Dibble. Mr. Chair, quick follow-up. Well, I'm happy to hang with you here if I have your pledge that we can revisit the safety aspect of it. When we served on transportation together, I always voted the same as you on safety. I think safety is our paramount concern. Before I let you go, other Midwestern states that have these restrictions?
Senator Dibble.
Mr. Chair, I know a lot of other states are looking at this exact same provision. You know, it was similar to the two-person crew. A lot of states took that step. Now, the FRA has now enacted that as a national standard. You know, so as these things often go, the initiative, you know, states are the laboratories, and then that percolates up and gives rise to a national approach to these kinds of questions. So I can't say specifically, but I know a number are looking at it.
Thank you, Senator Dibble. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Dames.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be voting for this amendment. We get in the agriculture world, and this can make a major difference. A lot of grain is shipped by unit trains. If we start shortening those up, the cost of shipping goes up considerably. And many a times, some of the markets that we're able to get into shipping our grain out of Minnesota, we're talking about 2 3/4 cents a bushel in the margins. So when we start adding cost to shipping that grain, pretty soon that takes us out of some of the markets that we currently have in Minnesota and other states and worldwide getting to the ports. So I'm going to support this, and I think it's unfortunate that we don't support this. Minnesota is a major agricultural state. We rank #1 in many of the areas in agriculture production, not only in livestock, but also in grain and feed and other things. So I'm going to be supporting this, and I would ask that we vote for this, and basically to help our agricultural industry continue to survive and be very competitive in a worldwide market.
Thank you. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and as we bring this to a close, I just want to reiterate some of the points that were made. In my conversations with some of the stakeholders, there is not a study that indicates that shorter trains will in fact improve safety. Senator Frentz mentioned the increased employee interaction maybe increases the likelihood. A similar law was passed in Arizona and struck down by the Supreme Court. So to Senator Frentz's question, no other state has a length restriction. This is certainly something that, through the Commerce Clause of the U.S. Constitution, should be managed by the federal government. Otherwise, we're going to start seeing trains hit the Minnesota border and all of a sudden need to change and remove cars and add them to additional trains going forward. As Senator Dames mentioned, that will increase the cost to our farmers and increase the cost to Minnesota families. I would like to make sure that we have more safety information before we move forward with this provision, and I request a yes vote.
Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Chair. You know, looking over the underlying bill, this is CUPAX 4161, and on line 1.17 of that bill, it asks, may enforce this section in a civil action before a judge. So I assume this has been to judiciary. Senator Dibble?
Senator Dibble.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Senator Draheim. It is in judiciary, and it has not yet been heard by judiciary. If it fails to get through judiciary, then of course either my entire bill would have to go to judiciary, or that this piece would just simply have to come out.
Chair?
Senator Draheim.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Dibble. I mean, we just heard from our president of our body talk about how important things are to go to judiciary. And here we have another section of the bill that's actually in the bill, not an amendment that the minority was offering. You know, so I mean, using that same logic that we shot down the last amendment, we must support the Pratt amendment until it goes through the proper committee stops. So,
Well,
Senator Dibble.
Mr. Chair, there's a qualitative difference. The Pratt Amendment has not been introduced as a bill and hasn't received any sort of hearing, and I don't know what the mechanism would be to get it to the Pratt Amendment to judiciary. This has been referred in its proper course to judiciary, and, you know, we're waiting for that process to catch up with this bill, and if it fails, it'll come out of the bill.
Senator Champion.
Just briefly, Mr. Chair, thank you so much. Just for clarity, the last amendment was about an unfunded mandate, and it was not a part of the bill looking to engage others. So I just wanted us to be clear that there's nothing that is similar about these two provisions.
Further discussion on the A101 amendment. Senator Pratt, and then we'll vote.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm wondering if fiscal staff can show us in the spreadsheet where the cost for this is, and the fiscal note is carried.
Ms. Boyd.
Mr. Chair and Senator Pratt, this was on, there is a fiscal note done for this provision. It was listed as revenue and expenditure to MnDOT relative to the state rail safety account. In the interim, MnDOT has advised us that those costs can be absorbed, and it was removed from the spreadsheet. So I can briefly describe the fiscal note if anyone would like. But
If nobody wants it, we don't need to, but, so it would be absorbed, you're saying it would.
Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Further discussion on A101, Senator Pratt.
Mr. Chair, I request a roll call with the results of the roll being printed in the journal.
3 hands for that. With that, staff will take the roll.
Senator Marty?
No.
Senator Frentz?
No.
Senator Pratt?
Yes.
Senator Champion?
No.
Senator Dames?
Yes.
Senator Draheim?
yes.
Senator Eichhorn?
Eichhorn votes aye.
Senator Mohammed?
No.
Senator Murphy?
Nope.
Senator Pappas?
No.
Senator Westrom?
Yes.
Senator Wiklund?
No.
There being 5 ayes and 7 nays, the motion does not prevail. Next amendment, if there are more. Senator Dames.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have the A102 amendment.
Senator Dames offers the A102 amendment, which is being distributed. Thank you. Well, it's being distributed, this is twice as long of an amendment. We delete sections 98 and 99 in this amendment, page 99 and 101. Senator Dames on the A102 amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And the A102 amendment deletes Section 98, which deals with the underinsured, uninsured motorist, and the raise from 1 million to 2 million. Page 101 deletes Section 99, which deals with the civil penalties for not providing the proper amount of insurance. The reason I'm bringing this amendment up is I think it's unfortunate that we're requiring people to purchase higher limits of underinsured, uninsured motorists instead of encouraging the people to get higher bodily injury property damage rates on their insurance. Uninsured motorist is insurance that's used to cover people when they're in an accident, the other party's at fault, and either have no insurance or low limits of insurance. And so I'm not sure why we're going from 1 million to 2 million, and why we're now going to penalize these businesses if they don't carry the proper insurance. Senator Dibble, do you know if there's cases where these railroads have been not carrying the current insurance requirements and they've been fined or been sued? And do you know, are there issues to where the $1 million uninsured has not been adequate? And if so, what about other industries? Why is it just the railroad? What about other industries that have cases where they'll have employees in their vehicles and they don't have these kind of requirements? Again, it's encouraging higher costs to do the business of these railroads. And we know that railroads are some of the cheapest way there is to move cargo. And if you take a railroad car, you're looking at, if we're hauling grain, we're looking at one car is the same as 4 semi-loads of grain going down the road. And it just seems like today we're kind of taking after those folks. So I would appreciate a green vote on this.
Senator Dibble on the A102 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, this is a Senator Kupek provision brought to us. The proponents were the International Brotherhood of Teamsters and the SMART Union, the folks who are running the railroads. Just to let the committee know, this $2 million provision is a compromise down from $5 million, which they resisted, but we thought it was important to compromise on the number. The issue, just to describe to everyone what this is, an ongoing conversation, ongoing effort on the part of these employees to make sure that they are transported safely from, where they work, where they have to board the train to go to work, and their home, or vice versa. The train obviously doesn't come to their front doorstep. Sometimes they have to go all the way up from the Twin Cities to Moorhead to get to the train that they need to work, and vice versa. And the company is obligated to provide for that transportation. And there have been, over the course of the years, many deficiencies in the provision of that transportation. In not providing for safe vehicles, and there's a whole list of elements in that section you can read for yourself. And to answer your question, Senator Dames, yes, the testimony in committee did talk about how, in the case of incidents, accidents, with the $1 million cap, and there being usually quite a few people, 2, 3, 4, 5 people in these vans, the insurance just simply inadequate to respond to the level of loss and the level of injury that people experience in those circumstances. So that's that they were looking for a much larger level of coverage, and the $2 million is the compromise that the committee hit upon. I am not sympathetic to the arguments that these Class 1 railroads can't afford these kinds of expenses, given the fact that they are posting 20% profit margins. It's a kind of a renaissance, and a grand total of $25 billion that they posted in cumulative profit last year.
Senator Dames.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and Senator Dibble, thank you for your response to that information. But you alluded to this was negotiations with the union. And I guess that's another point that I'd like to bring up. Why are we as a legislative body negotiating the union's contracts? Let them negotiate that when they meet with the railroads. They should be negotiating that stuff with them and not coming to the legislative body and getting us to do the negotiations on things like this. Let them be part of the contract negotiations.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I do think it's in the public's interest to make sure that people have are protected adequately when they're being transported on the public roads. Otherwise, the pressure that's put on our healthcare system, whether those are public plans or or even private plans in just all of our healthcare facilities is quite extraordinary.
Follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Senator Dames.
Well, thank you, Senator Dibble. As far as being in the best interest of the public, if it's in the best interest of the public, then it ought to be in the best interest of the unions, and they ought to be having that as part of the negotiations, and we shouldn't be doing their negotiations for them.
Further discussion, Senator Draheim.
Thank you. I just did a quick Google search, members and chair, on BNSF Railroad. And it says revenue and profits tumbled in 2023 due to a combination of lower volume and lower revenue per carload. So I don't think they're all the same, Senator Dibble, on their profits or losses. But I think that's irrelevant. And, you know, a couple problems I have with this section of the bill. So I'm glad that Senator Dames brought the amendment forward. But, you know, the rural areas of the state rely on rail. Most of our towns were formed where the rail stopped because it was the main center of commerce. And it still is today. We have billions and billions and billions that are shipped economically and environmentally friendly with rail. Primarily heavy products. In Minnesota, you have agriculture, timber, and then, of course, the mining industry, taconite, mainly. You know, my previous life, we used the rail to haul equipment up from Illinois and Iowa. It was the most cost-effective way to get equipment up to Minnesota. And we could pass that along to our farmer friends. So I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that I didn't think you had a correct statement there, Senator Dibble. And then I had a question about the fiscal note on this bill.
Go ahead, Senator Draheim.
So, Senator Dibble, the fiscal note through 27 looks like it's $238,000. Is that carried on your spreadsheet?
Senator Dibble.
Mr. Chair, I'll phone my friend here, but I did want to respond to Senator Draheim's observations about railroads when I have an opportunity.
Go ahead. Ms. Boyd.
Mr. Chair and Senator Draheim, thank you. This is another one of those provisions which MnDOT reassessed and got back to us with more information after the fact. In fact, if you look on the bottom of the spreadsheet, Note 2 says that previous tracking of expenditures and revenue from the State Rail Safety Inspection account was removed per information from the Minnesota Department of Transportation. Any costs will be absorbed within existing resources. This one in particular, the cost was $119,000 a year. They were estimating that 1 FTE would be needed, and since then have decided that they would be managing these situations more reactively as complaints are made, and that a full FTE was not necessary. So those costs were removed.
Chair, thank you. So is there a new fiscal note? I only see the one fiscal note online. Is there another one been posted?
Mr. Chair and Senator Draheim, no, a new one was not requested, given that the information came directly from MnDOT, and this was the only one the only cost in the fiscal note. So we did not get it updated, but that was directly from MnDOT, who would be preparing that. We can certainly do that if
Thank you.
People desire to.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
You know, because if you read what it says, MnDOT assumes a full-time position would be required to conduct the audits, reviews, and time for enforcement through a civil action in court. And then it goes on to talk about the Attorney General's office. You know, this is, Finance Committee, we're supposed to be looking at finance stuff instead of policy. I'm just surprised that this isn't included in the cost. But more importantly, this will harm rural Minnesota, Senator Dibble. All four provisions for the railroad, I think hopefully as you move forward, we can come to a compromise and take them out of the bill. Thank you.
Senator Dibble.
Mr. Chair, the harm, Senator Reheim, would be to people who aren't taken care of in the event of unfortunate incidents. BNSF might not have been as profitable. They're not losing money, Mr. Chair. And also, I just want to be clear, we're not in an either-or world here. Just because we're asking railroads to step up and take some responsibility and do responsible things doesn't mean that I don't fully support rail transportation. I completely agree. Extremely crucial to our economy. A much more cost-effective way, despite the fact that the railroads run monopolies and duopolies and do captive market pricing, another problem that we should start to address as states and at the federal government. But nevertheless, is environmentally better and provides an important way of shipping that is more cost-effective than many other ways. So when we're asking major industries like this that present all kinds of challenges in our communities to step up and do things that they should be doing otherwise on their own initiative, doesn't mean we're not in full support of that sector and that industry. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further discussion on Senator Westrom on the A102. Senator Westrom and then Senator Dames.
Mr. Chair, maybe staff could answer, unless Senator Dibble, if you know offhand, what is the tort cap for the government against liability? Wasn't that long ago it was at $1 million, and I'm wondering if it's been changed. Maybe if you don't know, staff could maybe help us.
Mr. Chair, I knew one time that we struggled with that around the 35W bridge collapse, but I don't recall offhand.
Mr. Chair, would Senate Council happen to know that answer offhand or easily, or one of the Senate Council?
Yes, they're looking at it right now. Mr. Greenfield?
Mr. Chair and Senator Westrom, I'll have to check that for you. I believe Ms. Stankel also is doing some checking as well.
Okay, well, Mr. Chair, the Senate Council gets it, they can just inform us. And the reason I bring it up is, Mr. Chair, I don't believe it's at $2 million for state government yet in a tort liability cap. And certainly state of Minnesota is a much bigger business than any railroads. And so I'm wondering if we should raise the threshold of the state, if we're going to treat business the same. Certainly the state should be on par with what we think is fair for business. In fact, they should maybe be at a higher level. So Senator Dibble, I'm wondering if you'd be open to that once we know the number, because it's a little hard to swallow to say, state of Minnesota, we should have a tort cap that limits our liability because we say we can, and then we impose it on all their private businesses of higher minimums. And if it's that much harm, then there's much greater harm by the government having a tort cap that would be lower than what we're proposing in this bill. So I'm wondering if you'd be open to that, Senator Dibble, that we treat everybody fair. Certainly the state of Minnesota should lead the way with raising their tort caps so people aren't harmed when you have an I-35 bridge collapse or something smaller magnitude. But most don't realize government protects their liability because they just cap the tort. It wasn't that long ago, it was at $750,000. And it's good for the goose, it's probably good for the gander. If staff has that, Mr. Chair, they can interject, but otherwise we can come back to it.
Senator Westrom, I would suggest that might be a good topic if you're interested in it for a bill that might be seen by judiciary and state and local as well. But I'm not sure it fits here. But Senator Dibble, did you have any comments on that?
Well, Mr. Chair, Senator Westrom, if you recall, in that extraordinary circumstance of the 35W bridge collapse, I did participate in efforts to drive up the tort cap limitation at that time. So, if it's been a while since we've raised that tort cap, sure, we can have that conversation. I don't think that's necessarily intersects with this conversation or this bill, but if it's time to take a look at those limitations, sometimes we do have to refresh those numbers from time to time because they lose value and they lose ground relative to inflation.
Thank you. Ms. Stengel, did you find?
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Stengel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The relevant statute is 3.736 subdivision 4, and the cap is 1.5 million, and I'll read it. It's subdivision 4, paragraph G, $1.5 million for any number of claims arising out of a single occurrence for claims arising on or after July 1st, 2009. So that's the last time it was adjusted. And then there's a different amount, $1 million for any number of claims arising out of a single occurrence if the claim involves a nonprofit organization engaged in or administering outdoor recreational activities funded in whole or in part by the state or operating under the authorization of a permit issued by the agency or department of the state. So generally $1.5 million with a small exception for $1 million for some of those outdoor recreational activities.
So, Mr. Chair.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. Chair, in conclusion, I just think it's valuable information for us to know that we treat the state of Minnesota with a lower cap than what's going through in this bill. So I think it would be prudent that we stick with the $1 million, maybe talk about matching where the state is at. But, Mr. Chair, members, I'd urge a yes vote. Let's not penalize business when the state of Minnesota isn't even that high with their tort caps, and they don't have to have liability. The difference is the business still would have liability. They just have insurance that covers the first $1 million. They can still be sued for the difference. And so the state of Minnesota has a tort cap that doesn't even allow you to sue for the difference. And so that is much more revolting if you are concerned about the tort caps. I think that's the place we should start.
Further discussion, A102, Senator Dames.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I realize my next comment's probably not going to convert anybody over to the way they're going to vote. But this is another situation to where our majority just really makes rules to break them. This bill should have been in front of the Commerce Committee because it has insurance provisions in it. Yet that was never heard in Commerce. And a case again to where, why do we have rules if we're not going to follow them? I'll leave it at that.
No further discussion on A. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Dibble, I see that the underlying bill was referred to judiciary. Has it received a hearing in judiciary yet?
Senator Dibble.
Mr. Chair, it has not.
Senator Pratt, go ahead.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just goes to Senator Dames's point.
Further discussion on A102? If not, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Motion does not prevail. Further discussion on the bill? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to offer the A100 amendment.
Senator Pratt offers the A100 amendment, and while that's being distributed, Senator Dibble, you were asking for people who, if anybody had comments on your bill, and I did want to say I noticed that you in several places, you and your committee did review with grants what kind of administrative costs there should be and came up with some different numbers for them based on whatever you felt was appropriate and discussing with the department. And I want to thank you for taking a look at that, because I think rather than just letting them all sides to the default, I think it's helpful to take a look at that. So thank you.
Thank you.
On the A100 amendment, which is deleting sections 95 and 97, I think I see a pattern here, but it's just in a random order of sections to be deleted. Senator Pratt on the A100.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this repeals two new sections having to do with wayside detectors and yardmaster service of hours. And Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask, I see Ms. Backus in the room. I was wondering if she would be available for some questions.
On this amendment.
on this amendment.
Sure. Can we have Senator Dibble comment on the amendment first and then have Ms. Backus come in?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Again, the wayside detector system requirements is consistent with Senator Kupek's Senate File 3943. The yard master hours of service maximum established is consistent with the language of Senator McEwen's Senate File 4072. Again, it's, part of a package of proposals to improve and increase safety, whether that relates to the wayside detectors that have to do with, detecting wheels and the like that are overheating, that otherwise go undetected, yard master service hours, to make sure that folks are working in optimal working conditions as part of this larger theme of trying to move ahead at the state level with initiatives that improve the safety of our railroad system. As I said before, accidents are increasing, and it just takes one calamity to have extraordinary consequence in the lives of individuals and communities and our economy. So I would encourage a no vote on the A100.
Ms. Backus, if you're available and want to speak. Senator Pratt, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ms. Backus. Just starting with the wayside detector mandate, certainly Senator Dibble, I think, made a good safety argument that we do want to make sure our rails are safe. We understand there were some concerns with what happened in East Palestine, Ohio. We don't want that to happen in Minnesota, but I'm not quite sure that this bill gets us to where we need to be. And I was wondering if the Railroads Association had any thoughts or comments on the wayside detector mandate.
Ms. Backus, welcome to the committee, and please identify yourself and go ahead and answer.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members. My name is Amber Backus with United Strategies here on behalf of the Minnesota Regional Railroads Association, which represents the 4 Class 1s operating in Minnesota, as well as 14 short line and regional railroads. With regard to the wayside detectors, that is a technology that the railroads have chosen to invest in themselves. There is no federal regulation regarding wayside detectors on the books. They've invested tens of millions of dollars to make this happen. And as technology's advancing, railroads are taking advantages of new ways to collect data from 12 different technologies, be it sonic, be it vibrations, be it other things, to try to figure out and read what's working on a train car and what's not, and making a decision like 900 miles from now, maybe that car needs to be stopped and have some maintenance done on it. The provisions in the bill, unfortunately, require that wayside detectors be installed every 10 miles, which is an arbitrary standard that there's not safety data to support, and limits the technology to 2 kinds. It's the hot bearings and the equipment dragging, and those are reactive technologies that aren't taking advantage of everything that's out there right now to make sure the railroads are operating safely. So there are concerns about that it's diverting investments in technologies that will do a better job of helping the railroads deliver goods safely, and relying on ones that don't. And I should also mention that this provision doesn't only impact the 4 Class 1 railroads, it also impacts Minnesota's short lines railroads that haul hazardous materials, particularly ethanol. So I know there's one short line that would have to install 10 wayside detectors under this language at a cost of $2 million by the end of the year. They do not have the capital to do that by the end of the year. And frankly, they would prefer to put capital investments into their own track to make them safer. So there are concerns with that as well.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ms. Backus. Is there any efforts at the federal level to standardize wayside detectors?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Senator Pratt. Currently, the Federal Railroad Administration is looking at wayside detectors and trying to figure out what makes sense. There is an advisory group right now of all the stakeholders, railroads, the rail unions, technology companies, safety advocates, and others, trying to figure out if there should be a regulation standardized nationwide to address this issue, and looking at the breadth of technologies that are out there, as well as the ways to better collect the data to make those predictive determinations about rail safety.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And specifically to this issue, you mentioned that there were two types of detectors that were reactive. You indicated there were predictive detectors as well. Is this a one-size-fits-all standard, or do we have some sort of risk assessment that's going into when these detectors should be used?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Senator Pratt. I think that's one of the fallacies with the language in the bill is, again, it's just based on 10 miles, and it's not really considering all the other factors that railroads are looking at when they're installing this wayside detector technology. They're looking at the grade of the track. They're looking at if it's operating in a safety-sensitive area, and they might have more predictors in those areas or wayside detectors in those areas. They're looking at routes where there's higher levels of hazmat going through, versus ones that are slower speeds that have no hazmat on them. So again, this bill is just requiring it every 10 miles regardless of the type of freight that's being moved and the characteristics of the track and the communities it's going through. So it's probably not the best investment in that sense either.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Ms. Backus, moving on to Section 97, which talks about yardmaster hours of service. I was wondering if you could comment if you were supportive or had any concerns on this section.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Senator Pratt. There are concerns about that section as well. The proponents of the language have said, well, the feds don't regulate it, so the state should. But if you look at just law regarding railroads and the role of the Surface Transportation Board and recent comments by the Biden administration, they've been very clear that the federal government does own the field here. And the federal government did look at doing hours of service for these yardmaster provisions previously, and they chose not to enact them because the yardmasters are not involved in the movement of the trains. The yardmaster position is more of a regularly scheduled office job that's sort of coordinating things, but not involved in the movement of the train. If a yardmaster were to be involved in the movement in terms of a switching or something else, then they would fall under the yardmaster hours of service. The hours of service are to regulate those folks that are involved in the train movement, not those in the more office positions with scheduled times.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you. Mr. Chair and Ms. Backus, I'm wondering, do we have any statistics on how often accidents at the rail yard would be a result of yardmaster error?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Senator Pratt. In terms of accidents at the yard, of those attributed to yardmasters, there's 0.02%, and none of those were related to fatigue. So again, we don't see safety information that would back up the need for this provision.
Senator Pratt, go ahead.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Backus, for your help in clarifying that. I'm certainly not a wayside detector or a yardmaster expert. But Mr. Chair, it seems to me that, based on what we've heard, and again, all wanting our rails to be safe, this feels like, again, just like we talked about with Section 96, the state stepping in front of the federal government, which typically has authority over the rail lines. With the wayside detectors, I think it's a one-size-fits-all approach that excludes a number of technologies that I think would be extremely beneficial in preventing accidents. Being able to utilize that predictive versus just relying on reactive data in order to prevent accidents. And then when we look at the yardmaster, if we're talking about 0.02% of incidences are occurring as a result of yardmaster error, and none of them in investigation were due to fatigue, it seems like Section 97 is a solution in search of a problem, Mr. Chair. So I would encourage members to vote yes on the A100 amendment.
Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Dibble. I did have some advocacy on this with two concerns. First of all, that this really is for the federal government to try to make it so that our safety can be best addressed at the federal level, but also the question of, are we forcing investments into safety with wayside detectors that perhaps aren't optimal? So I'm sympathetic to the A100 and just wanted to throw that out there, Mr. Chair and Senator Pratt. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the A100? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Division. All those in favor, raise your hands. And those online, please, Senator Eichhorn, those in favor, 1, 2, 3, 5. Those opposed? On a vote of 6 ayes and 6 nays, the motion does not prevail. Further amendments? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have an amendment, but I do have a question for Senator Dibble specific to provision in his bill regarding, I just want to make sure I get the title of your bill right. Metropolitan Council designing, constructing, and funding certain aspects of bus rapid transit projects. Mr. Chair, this comes with a $42,700,000 fiscal note. I was wondering if Ms. Boyd could show me where in the spreadsheet that cost is being covered.
And Mr. Chair, it's both bus rapid transit and LRT. There's two parts. It appears in two different sections of the bill. Right, yeah, so the $42 million doesn't really show up until the out years, but I'll let Ms. And I have some questions about exactly how the fiscal note is construed, A and B. We do have a provision in Article 1 that provides for the use of the funds that would otherwise be used by the Met Council to be used by MnDOT for this purpose. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting the issues wrong. We're talking about a different proposal.
We're talking about the infrastructure, covering the city portion.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Great. So, yeah, sorry about that. So, Mr. Chair, so what this has to do, just to acquaint members with what the proposal is, now that I've honed in on the right one. So when transit is built, through, it's similar in concept to the struggle that we've had with the Department of Transportation, and local units of government are then forced to bear some substantial costs. And it stretches their local dollars, and cities that are greater than 5,000 can even absorb the entirety of their MSA allocation. And so the argument is, in those places where either bus rapid transit or LRT is being built, and it's creating local costs that otherwise wouldn't be borne, so that people can actually use that transit, that should be a part of the project and be a part of the project cost. And then Ms. Boyd can help us understand how the fiscal note is construed.
Mr. Chair and Senators, the fiscal note is to the underlying bill, Senate File 4267. The assumptions in the fiscal note are that by fiscal year 27, it would be affecting one bus rapid transit project that's in early planning. This would be the H line. Those costs will come online in fiscal year '27, and as Senator Pratt stated, it's estimated to be $42.7 million in that year. The fiscal note designates the general fund as the source of those, since this would be for Metropolitan Council, and that is the source of most of the appropriations to the Metropolitan Council. There is no appropriation reflecting the fiscal note in the bill, so there is no, there's nothing on the spreadsheet that addresses this fiscal note currently.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, as my good friend Senator Champion would say, this sounds like an unfunded mandate. And I would encourage us to take a hard look at this piece. We've got the agency telling us that it's a $42.7 million hit in the tails, and yet we're not seeing that reflected anywhere in this bill. And I think it should be. I don't know that we should be just ignoring a fiscal note of that magnitude without some recognition that we put our money where our values are. If we truly believe that this is something that should be a part of the discussion, then we should at least acknowledge that there's that cost. Now, I understand that Senator Dibble had some a problem in his targets and the tails, and probably couldn't afford this this piece, but we shouldn't be putting in legislation that just ignores the cost that these state agencies will take. So I'm very concerned about that aspect of the bill, Mr. Chair.
Further, Senator Dibble on that.
Well, a couple of responses. One is I'm not sure how I would appropriate to an out year, Mr. Chair. Number one. Number two, the Met Council can say this needs to come from the general fund all they want. The fact is it's going to come from the sales tax, of which they're receiving $500 million additional per year. They can well afford this, and it would be a part of those project costs. And the unfunded mandate would be to local units of government that would be picking up ADA accessible features of their streetscape that they'd be forced to create so that people who are moving around our community can actually use transit. That's what this is about. This is about making sure that the approaches to the street corners and the areas around transit that are coming through communities, which are the responsibility of the Metropolitan Council, that those expenses are borne by the Metropolitan Council, not forced onto local units of government, so that people with mobility impairments and the like can actually use transit in the way in which it's intended. And Mr. Chair, I think it is extremely cynical of the Met Council to create these kinds of divisions in the region on this basis. They're getting substantial resources because of the work of this legislature, and they can well afford to do these sorts of things to make sure that the transit that they're building for this region is usable by everyone in our region and not driving up property tax and the like for our local units of government.
Further discussion on the bill. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Senator Dibble, I'd like to talk about Section 11 on page 30 just for a moment, talking about high voltage transmission being placed in right of way. And Senator Dibble, we've had a long discussion in the Legislative Energy Commission and other places about ensuring that we have adequate right of way for high voltage transmission lines. In review of this provision, my question is this using any trunk highway fund money in the relocation of those high voltage transmission lines in the case of if a road project has to be reconstructed?
So, Mr. Chair, so this section was worked on by Senator McEwen. The proposal, as it came in, had, basically had an entitlement to place high voltage transmission in state-owned public right-of-way, and then if in fact the Commissioner of Transportation deemed that these transmission lines needed to be moved for the purpose of making changes to that transportation facility, they had to be fully reimbursed. They basically had this kind of unfettered right to public right-of-way, and then couldn't be moved without any without any expense to themselves. I'll ask Mr. Greenfield to remind me, a number of compromises were made, and so the short answer to Senator Pratt's question is yes, but there are some constraints in terms of time, and there is an opportunity for the commissioner to deny a request and the like. But if Mr. Greenfield can help me remember what some of the compromises that were negotiated by Senator McEwen with the proponents of transmission and the Department of Transportation.
Mr. Chair, and Senator Dibble and Senator Pratt, to characterize certain things as compromises might be beyond my pay grade, but I think the languages that Senator Dibble is discussing is Section 13 on page 31 pertaining to a constructability report. So there were changes to this language that for all stops for this particular provision for Senator McEwen's bill. And I'll note that in markup for the Transportation Committee on paragraph D, beginning on page 31, line 22, there was a notice of relocation that would trigger reimbursement expenses that was modified from 4 years to 7 years. And then the additional provision on line 31.23, the percentage that the commissioner is responsible for should relocation of a transmission line kind of fall outside of the agreed upon time frame between the utility provider or the person seeking to, or the entity seeking to install the high voltage transmission line and the Commissioner of Transportation. So in terms of a compromise, that's where the kind of the bargaining allocation for a constructability report is established, and that sets forth certain parameters should a relocation of a high voltage line be necessary, and that's where relocation reimbursement expenses, the other provisions in the bill would then hook in. So I believe that the answer would be to the question would be Section 13 on page 31.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Senator Dibble, is a 7-year notice standard? I thought from my time on transportation, it was more like 4-year notice.
Senator Dibble.
So, Mr. Chair, yeah, so that, that was a part of the give and take. We're trying to strike a balance here. On the one hand, we really do want there to be more transmission, and it makes a lot of sense to locate transmission along existing corridors where you're not crisscrossing, people's private property and the like, where it just gets to be just a lot more expensive and a lot more problematic. On the one hand, on the other hand, you want to protect the public investment and public resources, and so to gain unfettered permanent access and then permanently constraining the ability of the Department of Transportation to make changes to those roads is not well advised. So, this is a compromise. And to answer your question specifically, I'm not sure about the 4 versus 7. I think the 7 was a part of the give and take.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just thought of another question based on the last answer. When we allow other utilities into the right-of-way, are those typically considered appropriate expenses for the trunk highway fund, or are those funded through general fund, local match, some other process?
Mr. Chair, I don't know specifically. I do think utilities bear some responsibility if they're being told that they need to move or change their, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Again, I remember the debates with Excel when LRT was built downtown and Excel contested being forced to relocate. They actually had a really large, not just transmission, but some sort of a facility under the street adjacent to their headquarters, and they had to bear the bulk of the expense.
Senator Frentz on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to that point, Senator Pratt and Senator Dibble, this came through the Energy Committee first, which is the committee, of course, that I chair. Glad to report this is a compromise of sorts on the cost share. And Senator Dibble, you're exactly right. Utilities can be bearing some of the cost. However, that's part of the PUC permitting process. So glad to report this seems to us, the Energy Committee, to be peace in the valley on what is an important infrastructure question, which is we'd like to cite it along the highways if we can for the public interest. Also, we were told that in the state of Wisconsin, they had not had to relocate once in 20 years. So it was our perception that the problem wasn't dire. If that helps, Senator Pratt and Senator Dibble, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Pratt.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Frentz. And I'm glad to hear that we haven't had to have any moved. And again, I like the concept of being able to use existing right-of-way for these types of projects. My concern is more along the lines of the use of trunk highway funds to offset some of the costs, because the trunk highway funds are coming from our gas tax, which are constitutionally dedicated. And, you know, and what made me think of this is we recently had a project with the Shakopee School District along a roadway, and the Shakopee School District was going to be on the was going to have to pay the cost of moving the gas and the cable and phone lines as part of their project. And that's why this feels, that's why this seems so out of the ordinary to me, in that we'd be using dedicated trunk highway funds for non-highway purposes. That when when we have that right of way, that should be part of, that should be covered as part of a different expenditure, not out of the trunk highway fund. Because we do, as we passed earlier, we've got a report trying to understand where the leakages in that fund are coming from. And in this case, we're adding a new leakage, maybe not today, maybe not in the 2030s, but maybe in the 2040s or 2050s, we don't know. And so that's why it's so important for us to get the policy right today, so that a future legislature isn't dealing with it and potentially constitutional conflict.
Further discussion? Senator, nope. Okay, we may be wrapping up, no more amendments. Senator Pratt, a comment, discussion on the bill. Anyone before Senator Pratt? Not Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Senator Dibble, for putting up with all the questions, and appreciate your partnership on the amendments that we were able to adopt. I think there are some very good things, some very good intentions in this bill. I think they just go about resolving those intentions in the wrong way. We are ignoring fiscal notes with large costs in the tails. We are infringing upon areas that have traditionally and are federal jurisdiction, making Minnesota an outlier when it comes to interstate commerce. We have potentially additional leakage in the trunk highway fund with this this new right-of-way, even though the rationale is good. I'm concerned with the approach of solving it. And Mr. Chair, as you and I and Senator Dibble had a chance to speak earlier, and as Senator Dibble has mentioned on numerous occasions, many of these provisions have not been heard in areas in committees with jurisdiction. Most notably, judiciary, commerce, and one that we talked about offline but haven't addressed here in the committee as much is the state government and committee in relation to rulemaking. And it just feels like this is a bill that is not ready to be passed. I understand that we're probably going to be laying it over. Is that correct?
Senator Pratt, we are hoping to combine the three bills and pass it out tonight, and I think Senator Dibble's indicated he is making sure those provisions go to those committees.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will refrain from any motions to re-refer, but certainly we'll be looking at a Rule 21 if it comes to the floor, and those committees have not been addressed.
Understood. Thank you. Is there any further discussion on Senate File 5284? If not, we are going to, as we indicated the other day, we'd like to combine in the Housing Omnibus Bill, and then after that, the Labor Bill. I know the Labor Bill, there was a request that we have a roll call printed in the Journal, but first with the Housing Bill, and we do not have the bills here. They're the exact same bills we passed the other day. If members do want them printed up, we will have them rushed down the printer. They were not printed earlier. So if members want to see them, we will recess in order to get them. But if there's no objection to that, we will just continue. And the first one, Senator Frentz would move that we add the contents of Senate File 4158, the housing bill, into Senate File 5284 as amended, and instruct the staff to make technical and conforming changes. Is there any discussion on that? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I object to the motion. We already have omnibus bills. This transportation bill in front of us is an omnibus bill, but focused on transportation. Our Constitution says we should have single subject bills. I don't see how housing fits in with transportation, so I would encourage members to vote no.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Pappas.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's been very, very common during the short legislative year to have a finance bill that has finance provisions only, not policy stuff. I think I agree with you on the same subject. But, and sometimes we would just have one bill that the finance chair would carry and would have different sections from all the different topic areas. So I don't think this is unusual to combine some bills that have just finance provisions.
Further discussion on the Friends motion. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that, Senator Pappas. You know, my experience has been we would sometimes do it where there's a common agency. For example, we would often combine commerce and energy together because they were both under the Department of Commerce, and so it made some sense. But I'm having a hard time understanding when we have MnDOT, which is a massive agency, the Department of Housing, which is a massive agency, that we need to combine these bills. I'm not finding the common thread. And that's why I object to the motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Pappas.
The common thread is that they all have financial provisions. That's what the common thread is. And I do recall that when Senator Cohen was chair, and I'm not actually recalling about Senator Rosen, but I'm for sure when Senator Cohen, he sometimes would offer an omnibus finance bill during the short session.
Senator Pappas, to be clear, omnibus supplemental appropriations, because this is not the budget year. That's the common thread. Is there further discussion on Senator Frenz's motion? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And you know, I don't remember exactly what year, if it was 2017 or 2018, we had a bill that was jokingly known as Omnibus Prime, that had a little bit of everything in it, and I voted against that bill. I felt it was a misuse of the omnibus rules that, or the exceptions that we've allowed. And again, I don't see the common thread between these two bills, and I object to the motion, and I encourage members to vote no.
Roll call has been requested. Further discussion on the motion by Senator Frentz to amend Transportation Bill Senate File 5284 by adding the contents of Senate File 4158 and instructing staff to make technical and conforming changes. If no further discussion, staff will take the roll.
Senator Marty?
Aye.
Senator Frentz?
Yes.
Senator Pratt? No. Senator Champion?
Aye.
Senator Dames? No. Senator Draheim?
No.
Senator Eichhorn?
No.
Senator Mohammed?
Yes.
Senator Murphy?
Yes.
Senator Pappas?
Yes.
Senator Westrom? No. Senator Wiklund?
Yes.
By a vote of 7 in favor and 5 opposed, the motion prevails. Now Senator Frentz moves to amend Senate File 5284, the bill we have in front of us, by adding the contents of Senate File 5266, the labor bill, as amended into Senate File 5284 as amended, instruct staff to make technical and conforming changes. And on this one, there was already a request for roll call and a decision to print it in the journal. Is there further discussion on that motion? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as I mentioned last time, I object to the motion. Encourage members to vote no. There's no common thread between labor and transportation in this case. They are very different agencies. They oversee very different responsibilities. And I think this is a misuse of the omnibus exception that we allow. And so again, I request members vote no.
If there are no further discussion, staff will take the roll.
Senator Marty?
Aye.
Senator Frentz?
Aye.
Senator Pratt? No. Senator Champion?
Aye.
Senator Dames? No. Senator Draheim?
No.
Senator Eichhorn?
No.
Senator Mohammed?
Yes.
Senator Murphy?
Yes.
Senator Pappas?
Yes.
Senator Westrom? No. Senator Wiklund?
By a vote of 7 yes and 5 noes, the motion prevails, and that will be printed in the journal. Senator Frentz moves that Senate File 5284, Senator Dibble's bill with those additions into it, as amended, be recommended to pass. On that motion, is there further discussion? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I encourage members to vote no. As we discussed right before this, there are several provisions in the transportation bill which have not met their deadlines. They are late bills. They have not been heard as regards to rulemaking and judiciary. The other day I brought up a concern with the labor bill in that it touched on and was not heard in the Jobs Committee. It just feels like this is a bill that's not ready to be passed and moved on. There are too many provisions in these bills that have not been heard by committees with jurisdiction, and so I request a no vote. And let's get this right. Let's have a bill in final form when it leaves the Finance Committee and goes to the floor. Thank you.
Further discussion on the Friend's motion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Motion prevails. Again, we will instruct the staff to make technical and conforming changes to the bill and look at and
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. All right. Good time. My husband lands at 8:30. He's coming from California.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You might even make it there.
I know.
Nice.
The committee's in recess for 5 minutes.
See, this bill's charmed.
already in the packet?
It is.
This committee will come back to order from our 5 or 10 or whatever minute recess that was. And we have 2 bills remaining. One is Senate File 4643, Senator Frentz, the Pension and Retirement Policy and Supplemental Budget Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Proud to bring you this year's pension omnibus bill, Senate File 4643. For you Finance Committee members, I'll start by saying we have a target of $31.5 million in one-time money. This year's pension bill brings some basic policy changes, tweaks, if you will, to para, MSRS, and TRA. It also makes appropriations in Article 13, to be brief, $28.4 million to TRA, $1.5 million to St. Paul teachers, and $1.4 million for the IRAP to TRA transfer provision. We're going to do a lot of good things for Minnesotans, helping protect their pension with a limited target, and would like to begin, Mr. Chair, by offering the A3 amendment.
Senator Frentz offers the A3 amendment, which I think has now been handed out. Or in the packets, one or the other. Is there any discussion of the A3 amendment? Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, the A3 is a simple moving up of the date for the early normal retirement age for teachers, improving on last year's bill somewhat. The provision also provides for an effective date change. It essentially is a consensus amendment, Mr. Chair, and had no big sparks fly when it was discussed earlier. With that, I would urge member support for the A3 amendment.
Is there any further discussion for the A3 amendment? If not, all those in favor say aye. Opposed? Motion prevails. On the bill as amended.
Well, thank you very much. Members, there are changes to the Volunteer Firefighter Relief Association language. The work group, again, changes requested by the plan administrators of PARA, MSRS, with provisions for Senator Pappas's secure choice update of sorts from last year. Very glad to see all those. Happy to discuss the pension bill in greater depth, Mr. Chair. Ms. Lencheski, who serves as the LCPR Executive Director and who knows more pensions than everyone in the room will ever forget, is not able to join us tonight, but I'm in touch with her and happy to phone a friend if need be. Members, the pension bill for 2024 makes common sense changes and provides this revenue. Happy to have questions thrown at me, either sitting or standing. And with that, Mr. Chair, understanding my 5-minute time limit, I would ask for member support.
Is there further discussion? Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Chair. Senator Frentz, what's the cost of the bill?
Mr. Chair, Senator Draheim, $31.5 million.
Perfect. Thank you.
Is there the appropriations in the very back of the bill on page 141 and 42? Is there further discussion on the bill? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm concerned about a few provisions in the bill as we take it to a vote. While it spends $31.5 million, it does include essentially an unfunded mandate on local units of government by requiring additional employee contributions for the improved the para correctional benefits. As I understand it, and maybe Senator Frentz would be willing to correct me if I'm mistaken, while the benefit goes to the corrections employees, it will be an increase to all para employers, and so they will be paying the freight for employees that aren't in their that aren't being affected. And I think we should be focused on making sure that the employees, the bargaining units and the employers, the employing agencies that have these employees take on the responsibility, not our cities, counties, school boards, et cetera.
Mr. Chair, Senator Pratt, thank you for the question. You are correct. We're seeing an increase in the employer contributions. However, First of all, these are members of our public safety community that perform a critical function, and this is necessary to bring parapolice and fire in conformity with MSRS correctional. So we're simply trying to level the playing field to avoid poaching of local correctional populations for workforce. So you're right that it costs the employers more. I think it's money well spent.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Senator Frentz. And I'm not arguing the value of the move. In fact, I've long supported our local corrections officers in Scott County. My concern is the methodology of how we're coming up with that contribution. It seems like it should be the agencies that employ these professionals that should be picking up the cost, not hitting our school districts, not hitting our cities, not hitting our counties. So that should be hitting the counties because they do have some of these correctional officers. But it feels like this is, it should, in my opinion, it should be a more targeted increase rather than a broad increase on all public employers.
Well, thank you again, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Pratt. I think you're right that it would be better to have it funded, given the target that we have and given our need in our minds to improve the pension benefit for those in parapolice and fire. This had bipartisan support in the Pension Commission, and I look forward to working with you and the rest of the chamber as we go forward in pensions. We had a $600 million one-time target last year. This year's target's just a little bit smaller, Mr. Chair.
Further discussion on the bill. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was wondering if Senator Frentz could talk about the changes in the look back. I think we're going to a 3-year look back versus a, what was it, a 1-year look back?
Yes. Mr. Chair, do you want me to respond to Senator Pratt? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Pratt. Members, in the bill, we're changing the look back. Look back is the term we use to say when we consider ourselves to be sufficiently satisfied that we've reached 100% planned funding. The importance of that is it triggers switching off of some of the state contributions. The 3-year look back, Senator Pratt, to your question, is simply a longer time frame in which the theory goes, we will have a better sense that after 3 years, that 100% funding is really a level that plan participants, beneficiaries, and employers can count on, as opposed to, the theory goes, 1 year where it might jump to 100%, but fall back down and have switched off. That is, Senator Pratt, at least the theory, and I support the change in the look-back provision.
Well, no, thank you, Mr. Chair, and to that point, members, I'm concerned that the 3-year look back effectively creates an incentive for funds to accrue additional expense so that they continue to get public monies and leaving the taxpayers on the hook. With the 1-year look back, we were able to say when a fund was fully funded or not, and hopefully they would stay fully funded. Now with the 3-year look back, my concern will be that there's an incentive for funds to appear not to be fully funded, and that's, I think it's a mistake for us to make this change right now and probably need some additional review.
Further discussion. Senator Dames.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Senator Frentz. With the way the stock market is changing and the way there's continuous growth or considerable growth in the last 6 to 8 months and may or may not continue, are there any precautions being put in or any talk about what's going to happen? Are we going to see a situation where if this continues for a while where we're going to see the recipients of the benefits of the pensions are going to want to start increasing what they're going to be receiving versus making sure we hit the 100%?
Mr. Chair, Senator Dames, thank you. That's exactly the question we should be asking. We have a lot of conversations in pensions, as those of you know that have served on pensions, about being smart with the money and not making benefit enhancements without being able to support them. Our main pension funds are not fully funded. That is, they're not at 100%. And we have, of course, Minnesotans coming to the LCPR asking for benefit enhancements. We want to help them. As to the volatility in the stock market, Past performance is no guarantee of future results. I'm glad to report, Senator Dames, we had the State Board of Investment report to us this morning that year-to-date, the overall State Board of Investments choices are up 14.6%, in fiscal year 23, 8.9%. You have my pledge on behalf of everybody that serves on LCPR. Senator Pappas and I currently serve on there. Senator Murphy was on it until recently. That we'll be judicious and not let one big year cause us to get caught off guard. There are some states in this country who have made some of those choices, and where we suffer is that later on they fall back to earth, so to speak, and have underfunded pension liabilities. And some of you have heard me say this before, so of course I'll have to say it again. Partly due to our pension improvements in 2018, we have lifted the state's credit rating to AAA. It means we save money when we borrow. And this is one LCPR member, Senator Dames, who will be cautious.
Thank you.
Senator Frentz, I think a tradition that my predecessors as chair have always had is that our appropriations should be in $1,000 increments, not less than that. So Mr. Nauman has a suggested technical amendment on page 142.
Mr. Chair, Senator Frentz, with your permission and that of the committee on line 142, to conform with what Senator Marty just indicated, and this is also advice from the reviser's drafting manual, that we don't appropriate at a level below $1,000. And you will notice on line 142.2, the appropriation is $28,462,200. And on line 142.5, it's $153,700. So with your concurrence, you may wish to think about changing on line 142.2, $28,462,000, and on line 142.5, $1,538,000. There would be no net change in total, but just conforming with the drafting advice.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Nauman, thank you for that. You know I didn't write that down, but I would love to see that put into an oral amendment, and would be open to that, Mr. Chair.
Senator Frentz moves to take $200 away from the amount on line 142.2 and add $200 to the amount on 142.5. And that's not the way we should read the amendment. So Ms. Stengel or Mr. Nauman, go ahead.
So, Mr. Chair and members, on line 142.2, the amendment, as I understand it, would be to delete 28,462,200 and insert 28,462,000. And on line 142.5, delete 1,537,800 and insert 1,538,000.
Senator Frentz moves that amendment.
That is my motion, Mr. Chair, and thank you again,
Is
Mr.
there
Nauman.
is there any discussion on the amendment? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion prevails. Further discussion on the pension bill. Senator Pappas.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Frentz, I just read the letter from MMB, which I think just came out, and just wondering what your thoughts are in that regard. Are you going to be having conversations with them?
Mr. Chair, I have not seen the letter from MMB.
Okay. I think it was passed out to all of us, so I'll give you Draheim's copy. Yeah. It's hard to read it simply. I think it says that the language in the bill where we're allowing the pension boards to set the salary for the executive directors, that they have some issues with that.
Thank you, Senator Pappas and Mr. Chair and members. I am familiar with this issue and talked with Mr. Anderson at MMB today and hoping to talk to him again. The gist of it is how we go about setting the executive director compensation for the plans. The current language, I guess I would say, is objected to by MMB. There are some disagreements about how best to determine that, and it relates to the way MMB sets commissioner salary. In my opinion, the language in the bill before you is the better choice the way it looks so far, which is that we are allowing these pension funds to be treated a little bit differently than a commissioner of a department. Having said that, Senator Pappas, I can assure you those discussions are ongoing and probably be ongoing here either later tonight or tomorrow. Chair Hers also rendered her thoughts on it, and also, I think it would be fair to say, supports the language in the current bill. But we want to do right by MMB. We want to figure this out. And again, it relates to other commissioners of agencies, even though in my opinion, that's slightly different from a pension fund, which is money that's owned by the men and women who are beneficiaries.
Thank you.
And Senator Frentz, the MMB seems to suggest some recommendations which would accomplish your goal with other language, so hope you'll continue discussing with them. Is there further discussion of the bill? If not, Senator Frentz moves Senate File 4643 as amended be recommended to pass. On that motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion prevails. Thank you, Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members, and thank you to Senator Her for letting me jump up in front. Or
Now we're-
prevent him from jumping in.
Thank you. Now we're handing out the packets for Senator Her's bill. Is that a 2-minute recess? We're not going to recess. They're already here. They're arriving. Thank you.
Thank you.
Should get it. That's okay. We'll get it. We'll figure it out. Bill at the bottom. Spreadsheets. We want to do the amendment first.
Yeah, it's just a technical amendment. I think that'll be okay.
Okay. Senator Her, I believe the packets have all been handed out now, and I assume you have your own bill. So why don't we go ahead, welcome to the Senate Finance Committee and Senate File 3887.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members, for the welcoming me back to the Finance Committee, and especially the most welcoming expression from Senator Frentz. So Senate File 3887 is our 2024 Environmental Supplement Finance Bill. This bill encompasses waste reduction, improving our water quality, building out outdoor stewardship, fish and game electronic licensing system, agency legal costs, agency rulemakings, and the 2024 lands bill, as well as packaging waste and cost reduction acts and helium regulation. I have with me here Mr. Miller and Mrs. Stanley to walk us through the bill, along with our representative from different agency, including DNR and PCA. They're also here joining me to answer any question that you may have. But first, I have an A37 amendment.
Senator Champion offers the A37 technical amendment, I believe. Mr. Mueller.
Mr. Chairman and members, the A37 amendment just changes, there's an extension of an appropriation in Article 1, and this just clarifies that only the heritage enhancement portion of the extension would go beyond the biennium and not the general fund portion of it.
Is there a discussion of the amendment? If not, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion prevails. Okay, you want to have Mr. Mueller ready to go through it, or Senator Her, you have other comments, or?
I just have Mr. Miller go through it. After that, I heard that there's a few amendments
Okay,
that will be coming.
good. Mr. Mueller, welcome to the committee. Please go ahead with the spreadsheet.
Mr. Chairman and members, I'll be going through the spreadsheet. It is titled 2024 Senate Environment, Climate, and Legacy Supplemental Budget, Senate File 3887, First Engrossment. I'll be working off primarily the column that says Senate Fiscal Year 24-25. This bill has had a general fund target of $17 million with no tails. So that is accomplished with this proposal. I'll go through the spreadsheet noting the general fund appropriations, and then there's also some non-general fund appropriations in the bill. Starting on line 4, this is first off, the Pollution Control Agency. Under line 4, there's a $5 million carve-out of a previous appropriation from last year. This was originally a $100 million appropriation for climate resiliency grants, and there's language in the bill saying that $5 million of that can be set aside to match some federal funding. This is similar to the governor that had a proposal for $5 million of new money for a similar purpose. Next on line 5 is the $3.5 million to PCA for legal costs, one time. On line 6, there's a $750,000 for a climate adaptation and resiliency study, at $750,000 one time. Composting grants on line 7, $2 million general fund, and on line 8, $150,000 for electronic recycling study. Then starting with non-general fund items on line 10, this is something from the governor's budget. It starts with $2.975 million from the environmental fund for environmental justice areas increased capacity. This is mostly for air monitoring in environmental justice areas. And I will note that the spending on line 10 here is recovered, is assessed back to air permittees. So this comes back to the environmental fund in revenue. And this does have a tail of $2.625 million per year. On line 11 is a $525,000 per year ongoing for legal capacity for permitting and rules. That was also in the governor's budget. Line 12 is a little over $1 million in fiscal year 25, and then $535,000 per year ongoing from the environmental fund for air monitoring trailer and staff for the trailer. This was also in the governor's budget. Line 13 is the Critical Materials Recovery Task Force. The cost of that is $319,000, one time from the environmental fund. On line 14, there's a state salt purchasing report that'll cost $88,000 per year ongoing from the environmental fund. And on line 15 is a boat wrap stewardship program for $219,000 in fiscal year 25. It goes up to $363,000 in 26, and then back down to $219,000 in fiscal year 27. And that one again is out of the environmental fund. The last spending item is on line 21. This deals with Article 5 in the bill, the Packaging Waste and Cost Reduction Act. This is just the cost that was identified in the fiscal note for the PCA to run that program, not the total cost of the program, but just PCA's portion of administering their duties in the program. And that is at $1.784 million in the first year, and then $1.448 million, and down to $1.298 million in the out years. Those costs are also assessed back, so they'll come back in a revenue, all the costs on line 21. So the total spending for the PCA on line 26 in fiscal year 24-25 is $13.335 million, and of that amount, $6.4 million was general fund. Next page is the Department of Natural Resources. Again, the first items on the list are all out of the general fund and are all one time. On line 30 is $1 million for legal costs. Line 31 is $200,000 to reimburse the DNR for some public safety activities that they were not reimbursed for previously. Line 32 is a grant program called Keep It Clean Grants, and for $1.418 million. These are grants that go out to local governments for helping keeping lakes clean during ice fishing season. Line 33 is $200,000 to reimburse sheriff's departments for unsafe ice search and rescue. It's $200,000. Line 34 is $1.332 million for the International Wolf Center improvements. These are improvements that would otherwise not be bondable as part of the capital investment bill. Line 35, excuse me, is $2 million for a new program called Outdoor Schools for All. This is a grant program that helps school districts work outdoor schools, outdoor education into their schools curriculum. Line 36 is $750,000 to buy out a parcel of permanent school land and transfer that land over to the Mille Lacs tribe. And I'll note that of that $750,000, 650 of it will end up in the permanent school fund. And on line 37, $1.4 million for outreach and education. This is in addition to a $900,000 appropriation that was in last year's environment budget bill. Next, we go to non-general fund items. Line 39 through 44 is a appropriation from a number of different accounts, like the water rec account, snowmobile account, ATV accounts. These will help implement the new electronic licensing system. The language for that to enact the changes to the system was actually in the policy bill that passed earlier, and this is just some money from the different accounts to help the DNR implement those changes that were in that bill. Lines 45 through 47 is increased compensation for conservation officers. There's some money in fiscal year 25 and then some ongoing money that will come out of the water rec account and the ATV account and the game and fish fund. This is the contract was settled after the bill was enacted last year for increased compensation for conservation officers, and this would help pay that additional amount. Line 48 is $500,000 from the Heritage Enhancement account in the Game and Fish Fund for non-lethal beaver management grants. Line 49 is $417,000 from the Permanent School Fund for a report on the recreational use of school trust lands. On lines 50, 51, and 52 all deal with a bill that was brought to the committee dealing with new mining for helium and other non-mining issues. So there are 3 appropriations from the Minerals Management account. On line 50 is from the Gas Production Technical Advisory Committee for $768,000. Line 51 is $2.4 million for regulatory framework that goes to the DNR to help them establish new regulations for this new industry. And on line 52 is a legislative report on geological carbon sequestration for $301,000. So those 3 line items were all out of the Minerals Management account and were one time. Line 53 and 54 are 2 appropriations out of the ATV account. 1.5 million is a one-time increase for the grant and aid program, and 1.2 million on line 54 for a specific trail prospector loop. Those are one time. Line 55 is the off-highway motorcycle ambassador program. This is out of the off-highway motorcycle account. It has a $20,000 increase ongoing. Line 56, last year the budget bill created a new lottery in lieu account for outdoor recreation for underserved communities, and there was an estimate of how much could be appropriated out of that account because it was a new one last year. And there was a $600,000 appropriation for fiscal year 25 in the bill last year. And since there is additional money in that account, this bill appropriates another $200,000 one time out of that account. And the last item here for the DNR is an aggregate resource inventory report for $150,000, and that is also out of the Heritage Enhancement account. And then I'll note on the next page, on line 65, the DNR had a proposal to eliminate the early goose permit, and that would have a reduction of cost of $31,000 from the Game and Fish Fund. So DNR totals on line 72 for the biennium is 18.631 million, and on line 68, 8.3 million of that is from the general fund. Next agency is the Board of Water and Soil Resources. There are 2 appropriations to Bowser. Line 75 is $2 million for manure management grants, and line 76 is $300,000 for the Red River phosphorus management study. The last spending item on the spreadsheet is on line 80. This goes to Met Council for the Metro Parks program. $500,000 one time for additional fishing piers at Metro Parks, and this comes from the Lottery and Luke account for Metro Parks. On the last page of the bill shows the spending for all agencies in the bill. On line 89, you'll see a total spending of $32.98 million for fiscal year 24-25, and of that amount, $17 million is from the general fund. Some revenues I will note here, starting on line 93, is the assessment that will come back to the PCA for the environmental justice areas, increased spending. And on line 94 is the money going back to PCA for the packaging waste program. Under DNR, there's a little bit small loss of revenue for the eliminating the early goose permit. That'll be about $100,000 per year lost to the Game and Fish Fund. Line 98 is the money that I mentioned before that would go into the permanent school fund. Line 99, the bill also contains a fee increase for the off-highway motorcycle 3-year registration fee. It goes from $30 to $45, and that'll generate about $100,000 per year of additional revenue for that account. And then last, I'll note the lands article, Article 4 in the bill, does bring in some revenues to the land acquisition account, $312,000 in the first year, and then smaller amounts on the out years. And the last part of the spreadsheet just notes the total general fund base across all these agencies before this bill was on line 105 was just over $1 billion in the 24-25 biennium, and this bill adds $17 million one time to that amount. That is it for the spreadsheet.
Questions from the committee? Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mueller, where is the revenue coming from, or the expense coming from, for the Packaging Waste and Cost Reduction Act? I see there's a fine up to $100,000, so I'm just wondering where the costs are.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Draheim, the revenue or the expenditures and the revenues identified in this spreadsheet dealing with the packaging bill just deal with the PCA costs for starting up the program. There'd be a needs assessment and then some rulemaking that would go over a 3-year period. And those costs are collected by the producers and sent back to the PCA. So it's not really a fine. There's a funding mechanism in the packaging proposal that allows those users to be assessed, and then they would send part of that money back to the PCA for their costs of implementing the program.
Further questions from the committee? Mr. Mueller.
Mr. Chairman, if there's no other questions on the fiscal note, I will note a couple of things in Article 1 of the bill that were not covered in the spreadsheet that I'd like to point out. The first, there are 5 items in the bill, appropriations, that have administrative caps on them. and I would like to point those out quickly. The first is the $2 million general fund for composting in multifamily buildings. That has a 5% cap. That's on line 3.17. The second one is, the first one was a PCA program, pollution control. The second one is also a pollution control agency grant. It's the $150,000 for the contract to study e-waste recycling. That has a 2% cap. The next one is a DNR, is the $1.1418 million for the Keep It Clean program, and that has a 5% cap. The next one is the $2 million for the Outdoor Schools for All grants. That one has a 5% cap. And the last one is the $2 million general fund appropriation for the manure management grants to Bowser, and that has a 5% cap. The other couple items I would like to note, on line 5.8 in Article 1, there is an extension of 3 appropriations that were in last year's budget bill, and all those extensions are carried under subdivision 11 and just extends them 1 year. And those are 3 similar projects dealing with water quality projects in different lakes. Line 6.5 deals, there's some additional language in the DNR's legal cost. Starts on line 6.5. It asks the DNR to work with the MMB and PCA to sort of identify some long-term ideas, recommendations for statewide funding to address escalating litigation costs related to different agencies. So this is dealing with the legal costs that are appropriated in this bill, and this is asking the commissioners of some of these agencies to work with MMB to figure out if there's sort of a better way to, maybe a long-term funding solution for the legal costs. And this was actually some language that was brought to the committee from the DNR. And then line 17.2 or 20, this deals with the amendment that was passed in the A37. I just want to note that this is on 17.2, there is a notwithstanding language. This is a previous appropriation from the Heritage Enhancement Account for the Minnesota Aquatic Invasive Research Center. And the notwithstanding language is just saying that there's some language within the Heritage Enhancement Account requirements that require 87% of the money be used for field operations. And the way that the Minnesota Aquatic Invasive Species Research Center works, that 87% of it for field activities didn't really work. So that's what that notwithstanding language is. And then the A37 amendment applied to the language on line on top of page 18. So that's all I had for other items in Article 1.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Senator Dames.
I don't have a question. I do have an oral amendment.
Just a minute. I had one question for Mr. Mueller, and that is on the legal costs, or maybe for Senator Herr. Agencies were asking for a strategy to deal with the outsized effects of major litigation can have on their budget. And I remember about 10 years ago or so, at that time, the Attorney General's office said they didn't have the expertise on some of them. That's 10 years ago. And so we were hiring very expensive lawyers from Washington and New York and everywhere else. And I kind of wonder about if they should be discussing this with the Attorney General's office as well, because there seemed to be repeated litigation on things on similar issues rather than hiring a new law firm each time. It might be smarter to do some of it in-house, so I encourage them to take a look at that as you move forward on that. Are there other discussion things about the points here, or are we ready for amendments? Senator Draheim, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Marty, and thank you, Senator Herr, for bringing the bill forward. I'm kind of fixated on the packaging waste portion of the bill, which I noticed is a large portion of the pages, at least, of your bill. And my understanding, Senator Herr, it just goes to types of plastic and paper. Is that correct?
That is correct. We did also exempt a few paper mill companies, not a few, a lot, actually, across our state.
It exempts paper mills? Okay. And if I could, Chair?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So the intent here is to get more stuff into recycling. Is that correct? And it's all types of plastic and all types of cardboard.
Okay.
Mr. Stanley.
Mr. Stanley will answer you on that.
Go ahead, Mr. Stanley.
Mr. Chair, Senator Draheim, it is packaging, including food packaging and paper products, subject to a few enumerated exemptions.
Chair, thank you. So would this include like pizza boxes?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, members, yes, I believe that would be covered in the definition of food packaging, which the bill defines with reference to section 325F.075. And I can read that definition if you'd like.
No, I guess where I'm going with that, and then the other thing I was going to ask, bearings. Normally bearings are packaged in a cardboard box. And members, where I'm going with this, they both have grease on them, and currently they're not recommended to be recycled. And you know, this one size fits all at a cost of $2.75 million, I think needs work. You know, I applaud the goal. I hate to see all the plastic out there. It drives me nuts. But when it comes to food safety, we need to have our food safe. We need to protect our kids and our family, and that being in the restaurant industry for a long time, you know, food safety is number one. And we waste a lot of plastic bags, a lot of wraps, saran wraps, et cetera. But there are some products that aren't recyclable. And I don't think you would want that in your stream, especially things that have like a petroleum grease on them, like a bearing box would. And there are a lot of parts that come in from the automotive industry or the agriculture industry that have grease on the packaging. And I just can't see who would want to buy the waste stream with all that type of products in it. We already have a problem getting people to buy the plastic we have, and the goal should be to reduce it. I agree 100%. But if we don't have a market, what good does it do to spend $2.7 million of our taxpayer dollars? You know, we need to create a market for people to buy the plastic. And then I think we need to have some exemptions for products that can't be recycled.
Senator Draheim, I would like to defer to Mr. Stanley. Your question is a little broad, but maybe Mr. Stanley can narrow down to the language of the bill so that, you know, it is well defined in relation to your question.
Mr. Chair, Senator Draheim, so there are exemptions to what is defined as a covered material, which we've spoken about already. But I also should point out that the bill provides for the creation of several different lists of recyclable and compostable materials based on the manner in which is best suitable for each type. So that's point number one, I would say. The other thing I'll say is that the way this works is that what the bill calls a producer responsibility organization has to propose a stewardship plan, and one of the things that they're supposed to propose in that plan is exemptions from performance targets that'll apply to, you know, how covered materials are supposed to be handled for the kinds of situations that you're mentioning. So where covered materials of a particular type can't be waste reduced or made reusable, recyclable, or compostable due to federal or state health and safety requirements and that sort of thing, there is a provision for providing exemptions in that sense.
So I guess my underlying point is that I really don't see where the market is for this product. You know, it used to be we would ship a lot of our recyclables overseas in empty containers, and they're not doing that anymore. And that's why we have such a low recycle rate. And I don't see the connection between setting up more government red tape for industry and the end goal to take less of it or put more of the recyclable products into recycling. I think we all are 100% behind that. It's just a one-size-fits-all program that you're still not going to have people want to buy the product. So I think that's the disconnect. You know, so I would rather spend the $2.7 million creating an industry that wants to buy the recyclable plastic like this bottle. People want to buy this, the aluminum all the time, the plastic not so much. So is there anything in the 40-some pages of this section of the bill that has to do with a market that encourages stuff to be bought or used? Any tax incentive or any type of incentive?
Senator High, I think there's some, portion of the bill that talk about that, but the paper waste industry and also advocates group, environmental advocates group has been working on this. We got our worries in trouble in terms of recycling, paper recycling especially. So we're bringing an incentive for the company and also to help the county and alleviate fee from citizen that could put on citizen. So yes, there is a burden out there and there is a market out there. And this.
If I could, thank you, Senator Chair. One of the incentives for business to recycle is the savings on the tax and some of the fees that go along with it. And that's why a lot of industry recycles, because it saves them money. And there's a lot of industry out there that buys up the cardboard bales. And my understanding on the paper, that most of our paper mills here in Minnesota already use, I think, as much as possible of the recycled material in their paper. So I just don't know where the market end of your idea is going.
Mr. Stanley can give you more info.
Go ahead, Mr. Stanley.
Mr. Chair, Senator Draheim, in those pages that you mentioned, there is a reference to what the bill calls responsible markets. That's a defined term in the bill. And I just want to note that there is language that requires when the lists of what is recyclable and compostable via the various methods are being developed, one of the things that's to be taken into consideration is the availability or non-availability of end markets. There's also language that would provide for investments in, and I'll just read this, the expansion or strengthening of demand for and use of covered materials by responsible markets in the state. I don't know if that answers your question.
Can you give me Mr. Stanley, can you give me the page number that you're on and line number?
Yes, 78.10 and 78.11 is the thing I was just talking about. And then I will tell you where the definition of responsible market, if that's useful, begins on page 81, line 19. And I will direct you to one other place. I haven't mentioned this yet, but in the bill, one of the duties of the PRO, that's the Producer Responsibility Organization, is to assist service providers in identifying and using the responsible markets. That's on page 91, line 4. And then there was one other area I was thinking of. I might have to get back to you on that one, Senator. But it's, oh, right, no, here it is. Actually, let me get back to you on that last one, Senator. But there's several other places too, and I can put them all into an email and send them your way.
I appreciate it, Mr. Stanley. I guess my point being, if business wanted to use a product over, they would find it. And I think part of the problem, especially in the plastic world, is there's a whole bunch of things that people say are recycling that have zero market. No one wants it. And that's, they just did a news report in the last 2 weeks, one of the, I don't know if it was ABC or NBC, where they took tags on Walmart bags, the shopping bags that we've had a lot of discussion in the 8 years I've been here. Put 40 or 41 tags, I think they glued them in the plastic bags, and they watched where they went. And very few of them ended up where you thought they would end up. So they took them to a Walmart store, put them in the recycle bin, and then tracked where they went. I just saw the teaser for that program. I have not went back and looked at it, but I think Senator Herr, I think it's something both of us should watch and really look at. The gist of the teaser was there's no market for this stuff, and most of it's getting burnt in a foreign country. So I applaud the effort and what you're trying to do. I just think we are missing the mark at an expense to our taxpayers. So I hope we can work on this and look at it. I just don't think it's ready. I don't think you will reduce the amount of plastic and cardboard, which I know is a big problem. But we're unfortunately a society of convenience. And just think of all the cardboard that has come about with the online ordering and all the boxes that get shipped everywhere, including our own complex here. So I applaud the effort. I just don't know if we're hitting the mark. So thank you.
Senator Herb.
Yeah, I appreciate Senator Drahan's comment. I definitely will look at the teaser with you, but my point of view will be probably greatly differences because, there are products that are going to our landfill and there's opportunity to recycle many products. I know that many of our paper waste and plastic waste, as you can see, go to other country, even though it's not other country affecting this world too. So we do as a nation and as a state has a responsibility to reduce our waste. Even what you just say there about the plastic, that's relation to nanoplastic, and it's so tiny, it's probably in the air that we breathe, it's probably in the water that we drink, or in our bloodstream as well, our human bloodstream and animal. So, this is an opportunity here that we could help save our world for the next generation. I know in the 70s, 80s, we were giving hope that we can make the world a bit better, but we are up against conglomerate operation that right now we're facing climate change and with overwhelmed landfill or PFAS, for example. I'm changing subject here, but I'm going back that there's opportunity here that we can reduce and help the planet for a better future for our generation, for the next generation. And Mr. Chair, if I may, earlier you talked about the legal fee, and I like to tag along that, I did have conversation, bring the similar subject to our agency, DNR and MPCA, and they are attuned to the same concept that you just brought up, and so that we don't draw into our environmental fund every time or every 4 years. So they're behind me right now, so they probably hear that, and if they want to talk about it, they're certainly more welcome to talk about it here, but I think they did talk about the same point in my environment committee. But thank you for bringing that idea forward.
Thank you for doing it. And as, again, as you were saying about the producer responsibility and the recycling thing, yeah, we have to get a handle on it. And plastics industry was for years was saying how everything we can recycle it. And they remember the fight about putting the recycling logos and the plastic resin type on it. And all these plastics that nobody ever had any intents of recycling were marked as if they would be recycled. I think that this is a good step forward to try and get a handle on this. Senator Frentz, you've got your hand up.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Herr. Senator Drahan, just to put this out there, the original language of the bill I had my own objections to, and Ameripen represented some of the largest producer groups, those companies that don't necessarily have a market, and changes that Senator Herr and Senator Morrison made to the language moved that group to neutral. And I did some looking around. They're doing needs assessment, so trying to figure out what are the markets. There is some incentivization of new markets, so I think that's there. And to Senator Herr's point, you know, we have the issue on the other hand, landfills and some of our environmental concerns. So I'm a yes on this bill as it sits, not 1 inch further, but as it sits. And I really think we have to take a closer look at some of these solid waste issues. And I've also encouraged, back to Senator Pratt and my money where your mouth is, that the state's got to put some resources into this if we're going to say it's a priority. So long story short, I do think we're looking for those markets, but I do think we need to look hard. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Herr.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? If not, Senator Frentz moves it.
Mr. Chair, I thought.
Go ahead.
You put off Senator Dames.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you did have an oral. I'm sorry. Yes, yeah, we wanted the discussion, and I forgot that we had not
Thank you,
started the
Mr. Chair.
amendments.
I have an oral amendment. It would be Article 4, Section 5, Subdivision 2, and it would be striking lines 65.29 through 65.31. And that section I'm asking to be stricken is the Upper Sioux Agency State Park, Yellow Medicine County. Upper Sioux Agency State Park is abolished and its lands transferred according to the law of 2023, Chapter 60, Article 4, Section 97. I'm requesting that be stricken from this policy, or this bill.
Senator Dames moves on page 65 to strike lines 29 through 31. Senator Herr on that amendment.
I would ask member not to. I will ask member not to support the oral amendment from Senator Dane because this provision has been discussed quite thoroughly, and it has been a long time process just to get to this point. And so there's our indigenous, our tribal community, our tribal nations has been greatly involved with this, as well as DNR and many other agencies. So I would object to the oral amendment.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Dames.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Herr, and I understand where you're coming from. The reason I'm doing this is because it wasn't discussed thoroughly before this happened. It's in my district. I found out less than 48 hours from when they had the hearing in Environment and gave the land away. The folks in Granite Falls, very few of them knew it until I notified them and had a town hall meeting. And this bill had already been passed in the Senate to give that land away. That's the reason I'm doing this. I understand the land has been transferred. I understand where it's at, and I understand where you're coming from. But this is to alert people that this is not the way we should be doing things. We should not be giving away land, especially a state park, and do it in such a way that the community that is heavily affected economically and other ways without their input. The meeting was held, and I went down to that. I found out that on a Monday morning, the meeting was going to be on Tuesday morning. It was improperly posted, and there was nobody there to represent not giving the land away because nobody knew about it. And that is not thoroughly discussing it. This is not a problem you caused. I fully understand that. But I want to make it very well known that this is not the way we should be doing business. And this was done under the table, as that's one of the under table deals that I don't like, and I'm very upset about, and that we did not have a warning this was going to happen. Would it have changed the outcome? It may not have. But it would have given the people the opportunity to come in and talk about this and present their side, which they never had. And that's why I've got that amendment out there. Thank you.
Further discussion on the Dames oral amendment? If not, Senator Senator Hur.
May I ask the question, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Senator Champion first.
If the land was transferred, Mr. Chair, in the environmental bill last year, what's the impact of the provision that Senator Dames is attempting to have removed?
Mr.
Stanley can give you insight on that.
Mr. Chair, Senator Champion, there's a list in statute of the state parks, and this is removing this park from that list. So it's in the nature of a technical cleanup.
And Mr. Chair, can I respond to Senator Champion's question?
Sure.
This land was not transferred a year ago. This land was transferred within probably the last 30 days at the most. I recognize and I understand the land has been transferred, but it was not a year ago. The authorization was made, but it officially was not done until about 30 days ago.
So Senator Dames, so are you saying that the land's been transferred, so you wanted to stay on this list even though it's been transferred? I'm just trying to understand the...
I want it taken off the list because I'm protesting the way this was done. And so I want it taken off the list so that people understand that that is not the way we do business at the Senate. The land, in my opinion, and Mr. Myers could clarify this, that deal is done. But that doesn't mean that I can't bring it to the attention of this body and to anybody that will listen to me that we did that inappropriately and improperly, and that's why I have this amendment on this bill.
Is there further discussion of the Dames oral amendment? Senator Hur.
Senator Marty and Senator Dame, I appreciate it, and I appreciate that you didn't put much fault on me, and I know that you're trying to make a statement here. This originally, but let me just give in terms of context, explain to members community here that this originally was a standalone bill, and then we passed as a standalone bill and now adapted to omnibus bill. And we also have DNR here as well. If there's need further clarification, they actually have a process of land transferring. It's a two-page, the letter that's sent to me about the process is about 2 pages long, and maybe the rulemaking part probably longer than 2 pages, but actually explain the process that it take ample of time to work through the process to get community involved. And I know it's in your district, Senator Dame, and I would generally say that you have some degree of knowledge about it, but there's a process that the DNR and the community have been working out, and I believe has been a justified process. That's why we are reaching this point. Again, I ask members to object to the amendment.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Dames, and then, is it Senator Champion then? Okay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair and Senator Hur. Just to point out again how this deal was done is when I found out about it, I called the DNR, and I had Mr. Myers come in my office along with the commissioner, and neither one of them knew about it at that point. I talked to the folks at the Historical Society because there's a historical building on there. They knew nothing about it. So if this would have been handled properly, a lot more people would have known about this. 48 hours. And the DNR and the Historical Society came to my office and knew nothing about this. So this wasn't handled properly, and that's not your fault. I'm not blaming it on you. I'm saying the system failed, and it failed the residents of my district because of the way this was handled.
And Mr. Chair, I just have
Senator
one question to Senator Hur. Senator Hur, you said it was a standalone bill. Whose bill was it? I'm not on the Environment Committee, so I just wanted to know. I just want to know.
Senator Kunish's.
So it's part of the lands bill, and if it's a land bill, that would be Senator Hawj's.
Senator Hawj's bill?
No. Mr. Chair,
Go ahead,
this
Senator
was
James.
Senator Kunish's bill.
Yeah, Senator, Mr. Mueller?
Mr. Chairman and members, there was a bill last year that was Senate File 2250, was the standalone bill that was originally from Senator Kunish on this issue. And then later on, that was rolled into another bill, but that was the standalone bill.
And Mr. Chair, I stand corrected, it's Senator Kunish bill.
And that was passed out, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
To my recollection, that was passed out of the Environment Bill as a standalone, but then combined in an omnibus.
That is correct, Mr. Chair and Senator Dane.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on the oral amendment? Senator Pratt?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Senator Dames, you mentioned that there wasn't proper notification in your area. Can you maybe talk about that a little bit more? And how much input did your constituents have?
The bill was posted, the meeting was posted, but the subject of the posting was not there. Our constituents had no notification of this. The people were, well, that's not true, because some of my constituents did, because the Upper Sioux was notified, because they had a large contingent there supporting this bill. The general population in my district did not know about this.
The way I understand this, Senator Dames is upset that people didn't know about it and so on. The transfer has occurred. The question here is if they should remove it from the list of state parks because it's no longer a park there because there's no longer land. Is that correct? Sir?
I'll let the council answer that for sure.
Mr. Chair, yes, that's correct.
Is there any further discussion on this? Senator Pratt?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Mueller, maybe you can help me understand this a little bit better. So the section that Senator Dames is talking about in legislation is saying the Upper Sioux Agency State Park is abolished and its lands transferred according to the laws 2023, Chapter 60, Article 4, Section 2097. And that effectively says that it requires the approval by the Minnesota Historical Society Executive Council. The Minnesota Historical Society may convey for no consideration state-owned land and real property in the Upper Sioux Agency Historic Site. Section C says by January 15, 2024, the commissioner, in cooperation with the Minnesota Historical Society, must submit a report to the chairs and ranking minority members of the legislative committees with jurisdiction over the environment, natural resources that identifies all barriers to conveying the land within the Upper Sioux Agency State Park and recommendations for addressing those barriers, including any legislation to eliminate those barriers. My question, Mr. Mueller and Senator Hur, is was that report completed, and were there any barriers in legislation, or is this the barrier of legislation that must be passed before those lands are transferred?
I'm going to ask Mr. Meyer or somebody from DNR to come up. I think the land has been transferred. I think it's a done deal, and this is simply updating the list, but perhaps Mr. Meyer could speak to the question Senator Pratt asked. Welcome to the committee. Please identify yourself and go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, members, thank you. For the record, Bob Meyer, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Natural Resources. This issue has been one that the DNR has been working on for almost 2 decades now. We've been working with the Upper Sioux Agency, I should say, on this issue, discussing the issues about transfer, about previous uses and what took place of that land and how do those issues get rectified. The legislature got in front of us, as I think Senator Dames was speaking, the other body, I should say, introduced a bill last session that was passed and did include the transfer and also included revenues for us to find replacement lands, which we're in the process of working with Senator Dames and his constituents to try to find how do we provide opportunity to provide replacement opportunity for those lands. It was transferred middle of March to the Upper Sioux Agency, and this language is just to clean up that. The letter or the report that you discussed was very brief. I can certainly share a copy with the committee, but the barriers that we were looking at were they were all addressed through the process. One of them was replacement lands. One of them was land and water conservation funding replacement, which we've identified other lands to put that protection on. And then the other one is removal from the state park listing in the Outdoor Recreation Act, which this bill does.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Meyer. And just a quick question to Senator Dames, concerned that residents around that area weren't notified. Was that the DNR's posting of a public hearing, or who was responsible for doing the public hearing in Senator Dames's district?
Mr. Chair, Senator Pratt, that was not a DNR meeting. We've had several meetings down there since, some that we've invited Senator Dames to, but that was not a DNR meeting that I believe he's referring to.
Could I respond, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
The meeting I was referring to is a legislative meeting of the Senate Environmental Committee that was improperly posted. The DNR was responsible to handle education meetings. That was done after the bill was all passed and dusted all. That was done after that. They had educational meetings talking about the process and this and that. I invited the DNR out. We found out about this Monday morning. The Senate met Tuesday morning, passed the bill. Chris Swedinsky and myself put together a town hall meeting the following Thursday night in Granite Falls at the college because they had a large room and it was full. And Mr. Myers was there, and we had people from the, I think you had, was Sarah with you that night? I don't remember. I think both the commissioner and Mr. Myers was there. We also had folks from the Lower Sioux there. We had folks from the local county there, folks from the local city, the mayor. And the people that came, the Native Americans knew all about it. The folks, the residents of Granite Falls and surrounding community, very few of them knew anything about it. And so the reason we did the meeting was to let them know that this had happened. And it progressed from there and was eventually closed, Mr. Myers said, the middle of March.
Senator
Senator Marty, just one clarification. As a chair of the Environment and Climate and Legacy Committee, you know, we didn't take any action of holding hearing. It's, you know, as far as I know, since my 2 years here as a chair of that committee, I did not let any hearing down in Senator Dane District. Of course, if that had happened, I'm sure Senator Dane would be more welcoming of me, but and I would have relayed the information to him. But that didn't happen. Just to correct that, you know, not to disprove Senator Dane, but just want to clarify.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Dames.
If you understood, I said you had a meeting in my district. That's not what if I said that, that's not what I meant. Your meeting was in the Senate, in a hearing room, is what I'm talking about, and that was on a Tuesday morning. The meetings off-site were the meetings that Mr. Myers and the commissioner attended, along with other elected officials in that community. If I stated that you had a meeting out there, that is incorrect, and that's not what I meant, and I don't want people to think that I said you had a meeting and that you didn't have one, because I know if I asked you to come, you would have been there, and I don't question that.
Thank you. I hope we can move on with this amendment, and because there may be some others as well, and the hour is getting late. Is there any further discussion on the oral amendment on bottom of page 65 to strike lines 21 to 31? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Motion does not prevail. Further amendments? No further amendments? Then Senator Mohammed moves that Senate File 3887 as amended be recommended to pass. On that motion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Motion prevails.
Thank you, Chair Marty.
Senator Herr and Mr. Stanley and Mr. Mueller, thank you all. With that, we have no more business this evening. We are convening tomorrow at, I believe, 8:30 a.m. And I believe we'll be going till 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. And I'm not sure if we'll be able to recess and reconvene later in the day or not. But if we're unsure, we may just recess and try and continue the work if we don't finish in the morning.
Mr.
Senator
Chairman.
Pratt.
Thank you.
Senator Pratt first and Senator
Mr. Chairman, there are people on this end that are requesting 9.
8:30. 8:30.
I heard 7:30 over here and 9 over here. I think 8:30 is probably.
No, that's all right. No. We got to clarify. No, I wasn't taking shots at you from that standpoint. No.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Senator Pratt.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, could I get some quiet so we could have a discussion?
We're still meeting. Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm concerned I don't see the spreadsheet posted for the bill tomorrow. We're less than 12 hours from the point in time that we're supposed to hear this bill. Personally, I think it's inappropriate for us to be meeting without some sort of public scrutiny and ability for stakeholders to see what the final version of the spreadsheet looks like, particularly as it comes up with the questions that we asked regarding the forecast adjustment bill today. Mr. Chair, what is the schedule and the plan to get that posted?
We've not received the spreadsheet yet. I think the bulk of the spreadsheet is the same as it came out of committee. Senator Wiklund, can you comment? I think you're making a few changes which would be in the corrected spreadsheet, but
Mr. Chair, the fiscal analyst is just about finished with getting the spreadsheet prepared, and we'll be sending it to Elspeth soon.
And so we will get it posted tonight as soon as he's done, and Dennis can, of course, will be able to point out and focus on the areas where it's changed, because I think the spreadsheet as of what it passed out of the committee has been available, but there are some changes I understand. I haven't seen them. Senator Pratt and then Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members. We're trying to do our business in a very transparent way, and by posting a spreadsheet sometime after 10 p.m. for a meeting to be held roughly 10 hours later, I think is not what we mean by being transparent, is not what we mean by providing adequate public notice. And I would suggest, Mr. Chair, that we delay the meeting until tomorrow after session, and we allow members and the public a chance to review it. If in fact there aren't many changes in the spreadsheet, I'm surprised that we don't have it in front of us. It should be, if it's that simple and if it's effectively what's been shown before. So my concern is that there are bigger changes that are being made, and we don't know that because we don't have it in front of us.
And Senator Pratt, I understand and sympathize with that. I also note that when we have amendments coming up in committee, people have had zero notice about, and when those are adopted, of course, the public, it happened and the public wasn't aware even to be here. So we try and do the best we can with it. And again, the spreadsheet from the main bill, I assume, is 90% or more the same, and you have a few little items, and we will get that out as soon as we can. But I'd like to keep the 8:30 tomorrow because we only have an hour and a half tomorrow on it. And there are committees meeting all afternoon after session, and we may well be meeting tomorrow night if need be, but I'd rather start at 8:30 and just get going on the bill. I understand your concern, and I am not saying I agree that it's a concern. I wish there was a way we could have things immediately always. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Chair. And with all due respect, most amendments don't have the fiscal impacts that a HHS bill does and the changes there. But I have an hour and a half drive home. I have to take Tori home, and then I have to drive an hour and a half, and then I have to get up in the morning and come back. That doesn't leave me a lot of time to review anything if it isn't posted.
Okay.
So with respect to us rural members that have responsibilities back in district, I think it's very unfair that we don't have it posted at 10 o'clock at night for an 8:30 hearing. So I just want to be heard. Thank you.
Senator Draheim, on that, two things. One, will a Zoom help you with that for a Zoom meeting? I understand it's not as helpful. And would 9 o'clock, I understand, 9 o'clock help?
I see the situation you're in, Chair. I know you're up to the floor. I get that. But, the numbers isn't as easy.
Right.
Especially, this is the hardest bill
Right.
for numbers. And I praise Senator Wiklund for her work in this area. It's very complicated. And I think Senator Pratt does have a point that it would be nice to get other eyes on it than literally posting it in the middle of the night for a hearing right away in the morning.
I understand trying to, given the hours we have for what we have to do and the long days and everything, I will suggest we try 9 a.m., which is not a lot of change, but if I understand you've got probably the longest drive here who would be doing it tonight. So 9 o'clock a little better? I understand, trying to be accommodating when I know there's only so much. Oh. I hear a lot of laughs that suggest 9 o'clock would be better. This committee will reconvene at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. There will be Zoom links, so I recognize Senator Draheim and others. That doesn't help much with this bill. But this committee will adjourn for now, and we'll meet at 9 in the morning in, I believe, this room.